Pittman, Kyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schellenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in humility we come to your throne today. The Hebrew writer hit it on the head when he said in chapter 4, verse 16, "Let us approach the throne of grace with confidence so that we may receive mercy and find grace to help us in our time of need." And then you inspired James, the half-brother of Jesus, to write in chapter 4, verse 16, that you increase your grace toward the humble while you resist the prideful. Lord, the provision of your grace is when you give us blessings, benefits, and advantages that we need but do not deserve. And the provision of your mercy is when you relieve us, you save us from the negative, destructive, the adverse things that we do deserve. Lord, you spare us from the bad, while you also shower us with the good. And the reason we're able to enjoy our successes is because you furnish us generously with a balance of both. You are charitable with both your grace and your mercy. So, Lord, the work and the success we look to achieve will only be realized through your grace and your mercy. Embracing humility and rejecting pride, we come in your precious name. Amen and amen.
Please continue standing for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the past senator here in the Kansas Senate and our U.S. Congressman, J. Clair Turner, over on the North Wall. Announced by the senator from Lyon County, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Would like to call a meeting at the rail for the Financial Institutions and Insurance Committee for consideration of Senate Bill 553. We will meet at 11 o'clock or after voting, whichever occurs last.
Thank you. Are there other announcements? I see someone stand up. Seeing none, on a point of personal privilege, I'd like to recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, Minority Leader, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In the VIP gallery today, we have some students and their sponsor from Zero Reasons Why. This is a team-led peer-to-peer suicide prevention campaign operating in Johnson, Sedgwick County, and Central Kansas. Adult voices have often been the center of mental health conversations, but through Zero Reasons Why campaign, teen voices are amplified. They share stories and perspectives to dismantle the stigma of mental health and believe that reducing that stigma allows us to ask for help without shame or judgment. Since 2018, they have sought to remove stigma, build community support, and commit to better mental health education by sharing stories on social media, facilitating in-school and community-wide events, and mental health events, and producing engaging multimedia content on a host of mental health topics. Each implementation of the campaign is led by a teen council who determine much of the direction and emphasis of the campaign within their schools and the broader communities. Each implication of the campaign also works closely with community mental health centers who help ensure that their content and events are safe and clinically informed. Sharing stories and elevating the voices of teens are essential in removing mental health stigma, increasing health-seeking behavior, and driving down teen suicide rates. So joining us today are some of the teens who make up the 0 Reasons Why. Davis Finley is their sponsor. Neveha Carter, Lucas Christner, Lillian Delgado, Katie Smith, Trisha Rastogi, Varun Rastogi, Emily Chichera, Katie Olson, and Jenna Barrett. There are many reasons that teens struggle with mental health, but there are 0 reasons why they should struggle alone. So please join me in thanking this incredible group for helping to remove the stigma surrounding mental health in Kansas.
Thank you for your advocacy and welcome to the Kansas Senate. Please note reference to bills on pages 1 and 2 of the calendar. There have been objections to Senate Bill 537 and House Bill 2614 appearing on the consent calendar. The bills will be removed and placed on general orders. Consideration of appointments. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In compliance with Senate Rule 55, the appointment of Jordan Massey is ready for consideration. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I move the appointment as recommended by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs.
We will hold for final action. We are now ready for final action. On the first roll call, we will take the following: the appointment on page 2 of the calendar, Massey, and the consent calendar bills on pages 2 through 4, House Bill 2604, House Bill 2605, House Bill 2615, House Bill 2632, House Bill 2634, and House Bill 2660, and House Bill 2781. The clerk will read the titles.
By the Governor, Member, State Civil Service Board, Jordan Massey. House Bill 2604, concerning civil procedure for limited actions. House Bill 2605, an act concerning the Board of Indigent Defense Services. House Bill 2615, an act concerning the publication of state laws and rules and regulations. House Bill 2632, an act concerning the Law Enforcement Memorial Advisory Committee. House Bill 2634, an act concerning water. House Bill 2660, an act concerning business entities. House Bill 2781, an act concerning the Crime Victims Compensation Board.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Chair recognizes the Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to draw the attention, though it was on consent agenda, but House Bill 2632. That was where we added an individual to the Law Enforcement Memorial Advisory Committee. The individual that will be added is a member from COPS, which is the organization that has served Kansans since 2001. That is an organization that's made up of survivors, family survivors of law enforcement that have been killed in the line of duty. Just want to acknowledge Dana Evans, who shared her personal story. She lost her father when she was in her 20s, still remembers that day as if it were yesterday. And she goes out and meets and serves families, not just immediately after the loss, but they continue that relationship for many years following the loss. So this is an important addition, and I just felt it needed to be recognized by this body. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
The chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Aye to no on 2614.
Duly noted.
And if I would explain my vote, while I understand it is reducing government to not have them report through rules and regs, some of these agencies and departments have.
May I interrupt, please? Yes. 2614 had been pulled from the calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Any other explanations of vote? Any changes of vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. On a vote of 40-0, Jordan Massey has been approved. On a vote of 40-0, House Bill 2604 is approved. On a vote of 40-0, 2605. On a vote of 40-0, 2615 is passed. On a vote of 40-0, 2632 is passed. On a vote of 40-0, 2634 is passed. On a vote of 40-0, 2660 is passed. On a vote of 40-0, 2781 is passed. These measures having received the constitutional majority are hereby declared passed and confirmed. On the second roll call, we will take the following. The bills on page 5 and 6, Senate Bill 386, Senate Bill 427, Senate Bill 488, Senate Bill 524, House Bill 2353, House Bill 2477, House Bill 2484, House Bill 2501, House Bill 2560, and House Bill 2577. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 386, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 427, an act concerning education. Senate Bill 488, an act concerning the Attorney General. Senate Bill 524, an act concerning water. House Bill 2353, an act concerning the Care and Treatment Act for mentally ill persons. House Bill 2477, an act concerning agriculture. House Bill 2484, an act concerning the behavioral sciences. House Bill 2501, an act designating the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe number 3415 as the official state steam locomotive and the Abilene and Smoky Valley Railroad as the official state heritage railroad. House Bill 2560, an act concerning financial institutions. House Bill 2577, an act concerning state monies.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Valscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Ready. Reichman. Schallenberger. Stefan. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Where? Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So on 2560, putting unclaimed properties in Capers investments may sound like a way to help shore up Capers. However, what it is a way to put taxpayers in jeopardy. Legislation has been put in place years ago to block alternative investments in Capers. In 2012, that cap went up to 15%, and this year up to 20% on those risky investments. So what we would be doing is putting money, unclaimed properties, into potentially risky investments, and it is a gamble I am not willing to take with taxpayer money. The return on these risky investments has been high so that some perceive that the risk is low. A gamble I am not willing to take.
Do you wish to have your words spread across the journal? Duly noted. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, I just wanted to change my vote. I hope I didn't miss that. On 2484, I want to take that from yes to no. Thank you.
Duly noted. Thank you. Are there any other explanations of vote? Recognize the chair, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vice President, I'm sorry. Explanation of vote on 427. Senate Bill 427 is a brazen overreach on local control of our duly elected school boards, forcing policies that are already available for each school board to adopt, brought by a few disgruntled school board members to this body. Making a law forcing two-way communication at school board meetings can cause chaos in meetings that the board chair needs to keep orderly. Likewise, allowing one member to set the agenda against the will of the majority works against parliamentary rules of the majority. And finally, allowing unfettered access of rogue members has already been shown to have a negative effect when they go on the hunt for evidence of conspiracy and false narratives. This overreach only hurts our kids, and I vote no on Senate Bill 427. I'd like my word spread, please.
Thank you. And I apologize for not recognizing the right county, Leavenworth. Now I recognize the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Penny.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would ask to join the remarks of the senator from Wyandotte and Leavenworth, and I do have remarks to make myself. On Senate Bill 488, SB 488 is a bill that wastes taxpayer dollars by funding positions and giving power to the Inspector General to do a job that is already being done by DCF. This bill also perpetuates the idea that a poor Kansas mother who needs cash or food assistance is committing fraud. 1 in 7 Kansas children face hunger every day, and 291,430 Kansans are facing hunger daily. Let's work to get families out of poverty, not paint them as thieves. I vote no on SB 488, and I ask my remarks be spread on the journal.
Duly noted. Does any chair recognize Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan?
Thank you. If the good senator from Lynn would allow me to join her on her previous comments in regards to HB 2577, I would be grateful.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick. Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Every time this body attempts, whether it passes or not, to preempt local control, I will have something to say about it. Here we go again. Preempting local control is simply not a good idea. Our Kansas cities and counties are not identical by any measure you want to consider. To block local control in regard to our local school board functions is contrary to a provision of our Constitution. I vote no on SB 427.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I change my aye vote to pass on Senate Bill 427. Thank you.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson. Senator Gossage.
Aye to pass on 427.
Duly noted. Are there any other? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With their permissions, I would like to join the senator from Leavenworth and the Senator Wyandotte and the senator from Sedgwick on their explanations of vote, and also would like to provide an explanation of vote on SB 386.
Please proceed.
Mr. Vice President, I vote no on Senate Bill 386. I very much appreciate the amendment that was added, but that amendment will be in place for only 1 year. I think that that can be a help to school districts who are seeing declining enrollment, and I would like to see it made permanent. I would like my remarks spread on the journal.
Duly noted. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If the gentlelady from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, would allow, I'd like to join her remarks on Senate Bill 488.
Duly noted. She will. Are there any other explanations of vote? Is there any changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (33) having voted in favor and 6 against Senate Bill 386. 13 having voted in favor and 24 opposed to Senate Bill 427. Senate Bill 488, 22 in favor and 18 opposed. Senate Bill 524 and 40 against Senate Bill 524. 40 in favor and 0 opposed to House Bill 2353. 39 in favor and 1 opposed to House Bill 4477. 35 in favor and 5 opposed to House Bill 2484. 39 in favor and 1 opposed to House Bill 2501. 39 in favor and 1 opposed to House Bill 2560. And 38 in favor and 2 opposed to House Bill 2577. These measures, with the exception of Senate Bill 427, having received the constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Senate Bill 427 is hereby lost. On the third roll call, we will take the following. The bills on pages 7 and 8, House Bill 2590, House Bill 2661, House Bill 2663, House Bill 2065, House Bill 2703, and House Bill 2749. The clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2590, an act concerning pipeline safety. House Bill 2661, an act concerning boards of county commissioners. House Bill 2663, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2665, an act concerning motor vehicles. House Bill 2703, an act concerning school districts. House Bill 2749, an act concerning abortion.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Reno. Senator Steffen.
I'd like to have a call of the Senate on that group of votes when appropriate, please.
See 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, we'll have a call of the Senate. The doors will be closed. Senators will stay in their seats. And the clerk will call the roll.
Dietrich.
Thank you. I stood up before you called my name because I'm pretty sure it was me. Yes on 2749. Thank you.
McGinn.
Pass to no on 2749, and may I explain my vote at this time? Thank you. You know, I have a 20-year record of voting pro-life, and I would like to have voted for this bill as well. But listening to the debate yesterday, it clearly showed that there were a lot of flaws in this bill that I think could have unintended consequences for people's privacy. And I don't know that it clearly spelled out exactly what it's going to do and how it's going to help women and decrease abortions. So I hope that once it goes to conference, that they can clean up some of that language, and I'll have another opportunity at that time to hopefully vote aye. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
You care to have your word spread on the journal? All senators have voted. The call is lifted. Are there any other senators wishing to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will tally the vote. We'll close, excuse me. Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to explain my vote on House Bill 2749.
Please proceed.
Mr. Vice President, I vote no on House Bill 2749. Individuals should not be asked to justify their access to legal health care. The question that this bill requires to be asked provides a list of reasons for seeking an abortion that is not complete and does not offer an alternative for other. This question is not medically necessary, yet requires providers to interrogate their patients, asking about their life circumstances. That questioning is disruptive and is likely to trigger trauma and create hardships for staff. Instead of asking for more reports, I want to find ways to improve reproductive health care in Kansas.
You wish to have your words spread across the journal?
I do.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I'd like to explain my vote on 2749.
Please proceed.
I voted yes on HB 2749 because the concept of gathering data to better understand abortion is a worthwhile endeavor. What we do know about abortion is it is not a pathway to convenience or to the pursuit of happiness, because the pursuit of happiness is not convenient, but rife with difficulties, like all great accomplishments, such as motherhood. Abortion is the pathway to a life of regret and emptiness. That I promise you. With today's technology, we all know that a baby bump is a baby, a living human being. Remember this statement as if your life depends on it. Every abortion kills an innocent child. That's a fact. Every abortion kills an innocent child. Thank you.
You wish to have your words spread across the journal? Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With her permission, I would like to sign on to the remarks from the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
She will. Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HB 2749 is anti-freedom, it is anti-bodily autonomy, and it is government intrusive. With her permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Barton, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I would like to join the comments on House Bill 2749 with the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan, please.
Duly noted. He agrees. Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Douglas on 2749.
She will. Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Haley. Wyandotte. Wyandotte.
Kind of there together, right there in them. That part over there, Mr. Vice President, over there. And I thank you. You know, the invasion of privacy as to the reasons that anyone does what they do, which is between themselves and their family and their reasons, these questions are invasive and unnecessary to whether you're pro-choice or pro-life. 2749 is just beyond any reasonable expectation of a patient seeking health care. We have HIPAA rules in place for a reason, and this should apply. With her permission, though, I'd like to join the remarks on 2749, the no vote on this invasion of a patient's privacy with her permission, to join her remarks on that as well. Thank you.
She will, and duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks from Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks from the Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Duly noted. Are there any other explanation of votes? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, we will close the roll and tally the vote. Forty have been voted in favor and 0 against House Bill 2590. 40 have been voted in favor and 0 against 2661. 40 having voted in favor and 0 against 2663. 40 having voted in favor and 0 against 2665. 40 having voted in favor and 0 against 2703. And 27 having voted in favor and 13 against House Bill 2749. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. We are now ready for the motion to withdraw Senate Bill 554 from committee. The clerk will read the motion.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 11B, I move to withdraw Senate Bill number 554 from Committee on Federal and State Affairs. I make this motion to ensure that assisted reproductive technologies are safe and legal in Kansas. Recent court rulings and legislation around the country, including in this chamber, put IVF and other reproductive care in jeopardy. With Senate Bill number 554, we can protect private medical decisions for Kansas families.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion fails. Having seen 5 hands, the roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Vice President, a point of clarification. Could you identify it would require 24 votes to pull this out of committee? Thank you.
It is correct. 24 votes to pull it out of the committee, 27 votes to get above the line. Thank you. Clerk will now call the roll when the system works. Chair recognizes Senator from Lyon, Senator Longmire.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Was the motion to pull it out of committee or the motion to pull it above the line?
The motion was to withdraw 554 from the committee.
Okay. So if it receives more than 27, that still does not put it above the line because that would require a separate motion.
I appreciate the clarification. That is correct.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust-Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, File, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
No.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Minority Leader Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to explain my vote. Women across this country are concerned and scared, and they don't know what is the future for their reproductive rights. This was one step in showing that Kansas legislature cares about women who have trouble getting pregnant, and that we stand behind them and we support their rights.
You care to have your words spread across? Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Her permission, I'd like to join the senator's comments from Johnson.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And with her permission, I'd like to join the comments of the senator from Johnson.
Duly noted. Are there any other explanation of votes? Are there any change of votes? Seeing none, we'll close the roll and tally the votes. Twelve having voted in favor and 27 nays, the motion fails. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair appoints the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to preside over the committee as a whole.
Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand there's going to be a motion, a second motion made today, so I'm going to save us a step in the process. So what I understand was going to happen was a second motion to pull 2293 above the line, which then I would have been compelled to stand up and say, point of order, that is not in order because the same question was put and answered the day before. It's not specific to the rules, but it is custom and precedence. Otherwise, you would have every day, and I know it'd be hard to imagine, but you could have a disgruntled member of our body make the same motion every single day. That's why we don't do that as a matter of custom and precedence. And if you're the chair, you understand that, right? So then we would go to a contesting of the rule. And that's a simple majority, and whether or not you have it or not. So I'm going to save us a step.
Senator Masterson, if
Yes.
I could get you to just
Make my motion?
No, we're going to stand at ease for just a moment, if you don't mind. Even if you do mind, I'm going to say we're going to stand at ease.
Okay.
Apologize for the interruption, Senator from Butler, but Senator Masterson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And by the way, I don't mind being corrected. So I was going to, under Rule 28, make the motion to reconsider myself. However, it was brought to my attention, I was still coming up from a doctor's appointment yesterday. I was not a voter. So I am not on the prevailing side. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield to the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion to reconsider.
All right, there has been a motion to reconsider our action on a previous day regarding House Bill 2293. This is a debatable motion. Each member can speak one time, a maximum of 2 minutes, and believe me, the chair will be watching the clock. Discussion on the motion. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I notice here we're trying to change the rules and set a new precedent when it's in your favor. This is about an individual or individuals that have been, they're going through the court process, been charged with a crime, and this bill sets up transparency. We should be after the truth. And, what this bill does, this states what kind of deal this jailhouse witness got, how many, if he's testified other times, if he's gotten these deals. What we have is we have a guy that was wrongfully convicted for 12 years. He spent in prison. And then the courts overturned it when they found out about this jailhouse witness, what he got, what had happened. This guy had testified in other cases. He was a habitual liar. And, I think the senator from Miami is going to talk more about it, but this is just about, we want everybody to be transparent. We want everybody to be open. We want the truth to be able to prevail in these court cases. And when there's deals that are done by these jailhouse witnesses, there's a whole lot of information in this certain case where they moved this guy in, the prosecutor threatened him if he didn't testify, he was going to charge him with a crime. This stuff needs to be open and transparent, housed in a place, so this doesn't happen again and someone, spend 12 years in prison. I'm sure there's others.
Senator, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Body, I will be brief. Pete Coons in 2009 was convicted of double murder, a murder he didn't commit. It wasn't the first trial. The first trial he wasn't charged because they had no evidence. The second trial he was charged and convicted, and he spent 12 years in prison. He was wrongfully convicted. In 2018, this body participated in coming up with the language and the new law for how to compensate someone that was wrongfully convicted. The Coons family was paid $826,301. But you know what? That didn't make up for the 12 years of which their father, husband, brother was in prison wrongfully convicted. And to make matters worse, not only did they lose that 12 years with him, but he died 108 days after he was released from cancer. The interesting thing, the most important component of the wrongful conviction is that as we move forward, we find ways to prevent other wrongful convictions. And this bill does that. It allows for the KBI to track when informants are used in prosecution and what benefits they receive. Some of you, or many of you, have had county attorneys or district attorneys reach out to you to say, don't support this, this is bad. The text I received was, it's because the DA wants it to be at their discretion whether they inform anyone, including the court, that a snitch was used. The Wyandotte prosecutor got the snitch reached out to Ed Brancourt, the prosecutor.
Senator, your time has expired. Your 2 minutes are up. Are there additional?
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish I could yield my 2 minutes for an extension of time to the senator from Miami, senator who was speaking to with the same level of understanding and passion for that one case, the Coons case, which was in my county, Wyandotte County. We all got a chance to better understand exactly what this bill hopes to alleviate happened to that family and countless others whose convictions are because someone cut a deal, a snitch, who may or may not have factual evidence of what occurred. I wasn't here yesterday, didn't get a chance to weigh in, but what we had to pay out to the Coons family, the taxpayers did, and to other wrongfully incarcerated members are something that we should try to curtail every chance we get. We should not be relying on jailhouse snitches who cut deals to expedite. And I've been an assistant DA, and I've been defense. And relying on these may expedite the process, but you end up with wrongful convictions constantly. And I hope that we will pass this out to bring some clarity to the reliance on people's testimony, often hearsay testimony, which leads to erroneous convictions. So, thank you. I didn't want to go beyond my 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly I support this motion.
Senator, you had time to spare. Appreciate that. Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This issue, this is a procedural vote, of course. This bill has moved out of committee. It is now below the line. This issue has gotten emotional and ugly. We need to step back. It's not ready for prime time, and I ask you to reject this bill. Motion.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to continue. This bill is addressing an ugly issue. I will agree with our vice chair on it. It's not the fact that we're debating this right now that's ugly. It's that the truth is ugly. The truth of the matter is in our courts. It's up to the discretion of the prosecutor right now as to whether they are going to reveal the fact that they are using a snitch. And to be clear, the snitch, Robert Rupert, who was the snitch in this particular case, he reached out to the assistant attorney. He reached out to make a deal and then was placed into the same cell with the intention to try and gather some information. When he tried to recant, he was threatened by the prosecutor that he would be kept incarcerated longer for not testifying. The truth is ugly, but the way in which you alleviate that ugliness is you do exactly what this bill calls for. You track when snitches are used. You track what benefits they received for giving up testimony so that we can tell from one state to another if this person is a serial snitch. And that's what we're trying to get resolved by bringing this bill above. Is it ready for prime time? It's up to this body to decide, but on the House side, it received more than 100, I think it received 117 to 4 vote. So the belief is it's ready for prime time, but what we are working for is transparency and to continue the good work of the wrongful conviction bill.
2 minutes
Thank
has
you.
expired. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also yield time to the good senator from Miami, if she would like it. If not, I can make some remarks.
Body, I'm going to go ahead and allow, because I allowed it once, but the senator from Miami has already spoken twice. But we will go ahead and allow you to yield your time to the senator from Miami. Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
I'm going to go ahead and let him speak. I don't know that I have many more words. I don't want to repeat myself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just pick up where the good senator left off. Again, I think it's important to note that the objection from the district attorneys was really sort of puzzling to me, because what they essentially said in committee was, we don't need this legislation because we're already doing everything that this legislation contemplates. And so the question for many of the committee members, and the reason why this bill had such strong support in the Senate Judiciary Committee, actually overwhelming support in the Senate Judiciary Committee, was, well, if you're already doing all these things, what is the problem with just codifying them in statute? We do that all the time. We did that yesterday on some bills. We codified into statute what were either in rules and regs or what was already existing practice. So I was puzzled at the objection. I think most of the committee was as well. The second point that I want to make is, as picking up on what was mentioned earlier, this bill has been below the line. It has received 117 votes in the House. Every single member of the Republican caucus in the House voted for this bill. Almost every single member of the Democratic caucus in the House voted for this bill. So all we're asking is for the body to have their chance to weigh in on this bill. If it's not ready for prime time, I would disagree with that. But if it's in fact not ready, then once we have the actual debate on the bill, the body can, of course, vote it down if that's their pleasure. I don't think it will be, because, again, this is a bill that has been before us for a number of years, passed the House overwhelmingly. It is not something that has been brought up hastily. It is ready for prime time. But all we're asking for is for members to be able to weigh in up or down on legislation that received 117 votes in the House and that has been below the line, again, for over a year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your time has expired. Does any other member wish to speak on the motion to reconsider? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm sure this situation's egregious Mr. Coons went through. But as I understand it, if there's any exculpatory evidence that would exonerate him, they are required, the prosecutor's required to reveal that information. And as a result, it would be a violation of their oath and law to do otherwise. I don't sit in judiciary anymore, and therefore I don't know why it stayed below the line, but it seems like there's a very good reason for that. And so I would definitely vote to not bring this out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support the motion to bring this out of committee. And we have rules that manage our chamber. And there are ways that if you have a minority voice or if you have a majority voice, you're able to do that. We have that in committees as well. The chair makes the agenda. You can bring amendments. We can bring amendments on the floor. This is part of the process. And this is a bill that I do think is ready, but we can choose to vote on that in this committee as a whole. And it takes 21 to pass something out. The governor vetoes, that's a different amount. But that is what we are elected to do in this. So I will support this motion because it deserves debate and it's time on the floor.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to speak if there are those following along online. This is a procedural motion. It's a bit difficult maybe to follow, but the bill did get out of Senate Judiciary Committee a year ago, and then from there it sits below the line. And sitting below the line on general orders is not a decision for the committee chair to bring it above the line or not. So just wanted some clarification for those who might be trying to follow the procedure of the body today online and our members of the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to add that while, yes, this bill received 117 votes on the House floor, it is also supported by AFP and ALEC, as well as several other very strong supporters of this bill. Right now, what we have in Kansas is an unchecked system of offering deals for false testimony. That harms innocent people, as well as negatively impacts crime victims and public safety. What happened to Pete Coons shouldn't happen to any other innocent person. So we do need to have the open debate on this bill and take a vote. Nationally, 239 innocent Americans were wrongfully convicted due to unreliable witness testimony, and that's since 1989. That's thousands of years lost by innocent Americans due to not having the right parameters in place. I urge the body to support this.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just thank the chair for the reminder that this is not a vote on the bill. It's a vote on process and getting around the process and breaking precedents and those types of things. So I would encourage a no vote. I mean, personally, I don't have any issues with the bill, but that's not what we're talking about today. It's talking about the process. So I'd encourage a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no one else desiring to speak to the motion is to reconsider our action on a previous day. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faustido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. Seventeen having voted in favor, I apologize, 18 having voted in favor, 17 against, the motion fails. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have another motion on Senate Bill 110. Would the reader read?
Pursuant to Rule 52 and in compliance with Rule 53 of the Senate Rules, I move that the order of the calendar be changed from that approved by the Committee on Organization, Calendar, and Rules to place Senate Bill 110 above the line for immediate consideration as the first order of business for Committee of the Whole.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, do you wish to continue at this time?
I do. I believe it's my motion, so I get to start off here. You know, we've had all these tax bills all year. Leadership hasn't, or the committee chair hasn't brought a bill out just dealing with the Social Security. I believe that bill would pass 40-0 or close to that. You know, I think the people of Kansas deserve this. They've paid their taxes on the Social Security. It's time to show them that there's no games being played. Let's exempt Social Security from taxes. This bill does that. You know, yesterday I made a motion to bring that bill out of committee in the morning. It was before session when I filed both my motions. And the committee was already done for the year, but they decided to go back, and they hadn't had a hearing, I believe, on this bill until yesterday to bring it out. It's time the people of Kansas see that we don't have to bundle a bunch of bills. We don't have to trap everybody into votes they don't want to make. This is how it should work up here, one issue at a time. We should quit playing games with Social Security. We should exempt it from taxes. You know, there's versions of tax bills that have, you know, a phase out over 4 years, over 2 years, over 3 years. You know, that's just playing a game. We've got the money. Let's exempt it from taxes. That should be one of the first things we do. Because you know what will happen is, in year 2 or 3, when we run out of money, we'll leave taxes on Social Security. It'll be easy. It's a big ticket item. I mean, why do you think it's taken this long to get to this point to exempt it? I mean, I've heard the senator from Brown bring amendments. Nobody vote for them. 3, 4, 5 people. Couldn't get enough hands to roll call them. This is our opportunity to put a bill on the floor and debate it, exempt it from Social Security. So I'll stand for questions.
I will remind the body we are on the same procedures as on the previous motion. Each senator has the opportunity to speak one time for a limit of 2 minutes, and the chair will not allow for a senator to yield their time to a senator who has already spoken. Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, it's funny we mentioned games, and then that's what we've been doing for the last hour. So this is, I mean, interestingly enough, I don't disagree with the senator from Johnson on that. I think we're trying to come out of a conference with that, right? Because all we're going to do is restart the process again. This is in a Senate bill. We're all going to vote for it like we've done the last 15 times we've processed it. We'll stand here and we'll wait for some more amendments, and we're going to have another big tax day, and we're going to do yet again. I don't disagree. This body's going to pass this subject matter, but we're going to just start the process. Senate bill. This is the game. The House is in debate on tax as we speak, right? And they're across the hall. They're debating tax. Whatever they come up with, we're going to come out. And I agree. I would love to see a standalone on this floor, and I think we can do that. And then we're done, right? This just restarts the same process. You're going to put a Senate bill back on general orders. We're all going to have to break the caucus. We're going to go caucus on it. We're going to come back. We're going to have another long tax debate. Accomplish nothing other than what we've done the last 6 times we've actually had it. And then we're back in the process again. And this is then just go pick your favorite bill under the line. Let's do this all day. You pick your motion. We'll make another motion to pull something out, pull it out of committee, pull it above the line. It serves no purpose. It serves no functional purpose. Agree with the bill. Agree that we should have a vote on it. It just starts the process. This is just, I mean, if you want to talk about the games, go rewind and watch the tape for about an hour. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I respond?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah. I get to respond?
I just recognized you.
Thank you. You know, he talks about the games there in the last 2 bills. Well, my 75,000 people elected me to come up here. These things are at the end of the stage. You know, number one, they would like Social Security to come out, and they would like it to come out by itself. They don't want a whole big bundle of bills that trap all the senators into bad votes or House members. They want us to handle one issue at a time. And I think people are sick of how we've bundled. This isn't a game. This is serious. This is people's lives. And this bill should have come out a lot earlier. Why didn't it even get a hearing? It was filed way early in session. And, you know, this bill should have come out. This is not a game. The last bill wasn't a game. A man spent 12 years of his life in prison. That's not a game. You know, trying to fix it to where that stuff doesn't happen. You know, yeah, it might be a game to some people, but it's not a game to me. It's real. This is real. And, you know, we're going to mess around. And, yeah, you've got some votes on the last Senate tax bill, but getting it all the way through the process might be a little longer. If you guys don't watch out, we're going to be here all summer trying to pass a tax plan. And, you know, the best way to do it, let's do this and get this off the table so these seniors don't have to worry. And then let's get on to the next piece. And then we can debate the taxes. I'll stand for more questions.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
You know, I'm going to strongly support this, and I agree with what the senator from Johnson said. This is a serious bill. This is people's lives. The bill that they're debating in the House has a 4-year drawdown on Social Security. I mean, unfortunately, some folks are going to pass away before they ever get the benefit of that. Asking a senior to wait 4 years before that they can get the benefit of not having their Social Security taxed, that makes no sense. And what I do, Mr. Chair, every single month, I've done it for 39. We just had this past Saturday, my 39th consecutive monthly town hall. I've done one every month I've been in office. Coffee, donuts, and we talk about the issues. And what people just can't wrap their minds around is when you talk to them about all of the things that we have in this chamber that have broad bipartisan support, and we just can't get an up or down vote on them. We did a tax bill, I think it was in 2022. The conference committee had 26 different tax bills in it. And you talk to the average Kansan, and that just seems so crazy to them. I mean, it's just so apparent that the system here is broken. We can't provide basic relief for Kansans because we're so focused on let's bundle this up and there'll be some good and there'll be some bad, and then we'll send postcards about the one thing in the 26 bills that you voted for or against based off that. Why can't we just do what the senator from Johnson said and bring a bill for an up or down vote on something we all agree on and deliver real relief to Kansans today? That bill would pass probably 40-0 today. Every senator should have the opportunity to vote up or down on it, instead of doing what we always do, package it together in a conference committee, some good, some bad. So I think this is strongly supported. I know for sure that this is strongly supported by constituents who want more transparency and more accountability in the legislative process that, in my experience, is fundamentally broken. So I'm a strong supporter of this. I hope the body will be as well. I mean, think about what we did in terms of playing games with the food sales tax. That was another big political game that we played. We didn't want to go down to 0 on food sales tax because people thought it would help the governor in her re-election campaign. You know how much money Kansans have spent on food sales tax?
Your time has expired.
$700 million because
Your
of
time
political
has
games.
expired.
Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wow. Talk about misinformation and misleading. How many of you were on the floor the night that we did a motion to divide when debating 539? All of us. All of us had the opportunity to split this bill out. You voted on each individual provision in that legislation, and you chose as a body, myself included, to keep those bills together. The maker of this motion stood up and supported that effort. He could have split them out. He could have had it as an individual bill. So to mislead individuals and to say you never had an opportunity, oh, you most certainly had your opportunity on that motion to divide. You just chose not to take it. And this body has voted, in fact, research is looking right now. In the last 4 years, I can name 6, maybe 7 times that this body has voted to exempt Social Security from state income tax 100%. We have not wavered on that. The only waiver that we have is the House. They keep whittling it down when we go to negotiations. But we stand firm on exempting Social Security. So the misleading comments are such a detriment to this body and those that are listening. We are fighting for those on Social Security. We are fighting for all Kansans taxpayers. We came within 1 vote last year of passing that legislation. This year, we were within 3 votes on the House floor. That's super majority to override a governor who has vetoed 100%
Senator, your time has expired.
Social Security. And
Senator, your time has expired.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a second time to speak, so I will wait to be recognized for that.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support this motion. I support the underlying bill. I have an offer, one day only, for the majority party. We, the Democratic caucus, the minority caucus, will offer no amendments, and we will vote down with you all amendments if we were to bring this bill above the line. That's an offer. It doesn't extend forever. But today only, we bring this bill above the line, we guarantee We will vote down all amendments as far as we can. We know we're only small, but mighty. And we will not offer any amendments on this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree 100% with the senator from Lynn, first of all. I do not support this motion because, well, let's see. Well, maybe I should, because tomorrow I'd like to be the chairman of this tax committee so I can decide which bill comes above the line. Then the next day I want to be the chairman of utilities so I can decide, well, which bills I like. There's a process with this. There's a reason we have committees. There's a reason we have leadership. There are those who decide what bills will come above the line because they are working with all parties to figure out what bill we can actually get passed. Otherwise, it turns into anarchy and chaos. That's what we've had here now for the last 2 hours. Here it is coming up on noon. We haven't even started debating the bills that we've agreed to debate today. This makes absolutely no sense. We have had the opportunity to vote on this bill. This is not on the merits of the bill. This is on the procedure. The procedure has worked for decades. For some reason, all of a sudden, we want to change this procedure and let individuals come up and decide, listen, I want this bill, I want that bill. Is this a Senate or is this preschool? I can't figure it out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, as long as you don't want to be the chair of agriculture, we're all right. Sorry, I just had to throw that in. Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you. Can Carrier answer a question? Is that, I don't know the rules.
Yes, within your 2 minutes.
Okay. Do the people who receive Social Security already pay taxes on Social Security besides Kansas tax?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I believe there are some exemptions at the bottom, but not very much.
I believe they do pay taxes, and so
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
I apologize with all my heart. I just blew it, man. You accept my apology?
I accept it. Yes, sir. The clock is ticking.
Okay, I think we're double taxing the people with Social Security. We check into it.
You still have time on the clock, by the way, Senator.
I'll give it to Karen. Senator Tyson from Lynn.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
What I mean by at the bottom, they would have like the standard deduction, standard exemption. So for the first few thousand, they would be exempt. But again, we've heard that this is a game, that all these different name callings. The fact is, this is a process in the Senate rules, and it's been used many times, probably by some of the same people saying this. I know it, I'm sure it has. And, you know, the fact is, we haven't had a debate on a Social Security bill by itself out of this Senate Tax Committee or by the leadership. And there's some of these bills people want voted on, and it's our job as elected officials to do that. And this is I'm using a rule that's in the book. This is not child's play. This is real, because people are taxed on their Social Security. And just as you heard a minute ago, in the House, they got a 4-year phase out. I don't think people want to go and lower the top bracket and have a 4-year phase out on Social Security. I could be wrong. But I think people would like us to start with Social Security and do some of these other things. So I'm really kind of offended by some of these guys saying this is games, child play, when they did some of the same things for the last 10 or 15 years in this room and across the hall. And so, you know, it just upsets me, I think, when they're in control, that these rules can't be used. They're here for a reason. I'll stand for more questions.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. First of all, there was a reason, it was last week or the week before, that I complimented the Senate President when we had that debate on that last flat single rate bill, Mr. Chairman, is because not only did he divide the question for us to weigh in, you'll recall that was our tax bill day. And we had many other vehicles out there, tax bills, that anybody could have amended the Social Security bill as an amendment onto those other vehicles. So at this stage in the game, I think the Senate President, I think the tax chair, we have had our shots to do this. So my point is that I fully support this motion. I have no desire to see what the House comes back with in their income tax portion related to the package. I think this whole extended debate and back and forth about having bundled bills has basically brought us to this, at least me, the stark realization that you have certain tax policy pieces that we are very much in agreement and want to get to the people. And there are others that very much divide us. But what really bothers me about this process, and I'll go back to the comment I made at the very beginning of this session when we came in basically and we talked about, we had some amendment that we did a roll call vote on. You couldn't even make amendments, so you couldn't even see it in the system, is that for too long the special interests have driven this process. The Senate President, by his dividing the question, having other bills, we have this process to take ownership of. So we have a fair game process. I would just ask for you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief, Senator. I lost track of the clock for a moment there. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to stand in strong support of this. You know, my constituents, I have heard time and time again, let's eliminate the sales tax on, or not the sales tax, the tax on Social Security, and then do something about property tax. Those are the issues that my constituents talk to me about at my town halls, at church. I am a Democrat. I do attend church every Sunday. But that is what they talk to me about. And this is an opportunity that we can run a clean bill. I mean, we've said the Democrats will not run any amendments. We will get this a clean bill. Yesterday, I got to serve on the tax committee, and there was a strong conversation about putting this on the consent calendar because we think this would pass. We know it would pass this chamber. We can send a strong message to the House that this is a clean bill and it should be signed, and I think the governor would sign this within days. Last Sunday, I was in church, and I have a friend who's a conservative, and she's a judge, and she said, Dinah, I would hate to have your job because everything gets bundled in, and how do you read these laws and pass things? Our constituents want this, as we learned in Schoolhouse Rock, but that is not how we do legislation. But we can change that today, and we can pass this. So I strongly urge the body to support this, and let's get relief to our constituents.
Senator from Douglas, we are limited to one opportunity to speak per senator during this motion. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the comments that the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, has brought. He is right. And, you know, there are many false narratives here coming from, you know, how this has to be done or how it's going to get amended up and all that garbage. You know what? We could pull this, put it right up here on the line right now. I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and move it to final action. We won't even have to debate it. It's called parliamentary procedure. You heard Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman, offer an opportunity that, well, we'll hold back. We won't even amend it. You've just heard that it could be put on the consent calendar. It's called parliamentary procedure. And we operate under that in this body. And the better we learn that, the better we can function. This is a chess move on a board of senators that says we want this bill. And it can go to the governor directly. It's a temperature check of the body's will and not being controlled by one person who says, no, it's not coming out. It needs to be something this body can do. And we are going to have a vote on that. And so we're going to find out. Whether it passes or not, we're going to find out the temperature of this body, Mr. Chairman. And that's what this debate is about. And it's a good, healthy debate because the public can see we are trying to pull a bill out that exempts Social Security from state income tax. And it has passed this chamber numerous times. I've carried those amendments, and it's passed with overwhelming majorities. And it gets stripped out in conference committee over and over, time and time again over the years. So this is something we want. We hope the House is listening because we don't like a 4-year phase out. We want this. This is in the governor's tax plan. So
Senator, your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member wish to speak to the motion? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, you may close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you should ask yourself why we haven't exempt Social Security in Kansas. I can tell you why. These are voters. They're not special interests. They're not the people in the halls that are out there screaming for this to be put in or that to be put in, taking out to dinner or lunch or whatever. These are voters. Well, you guys are coming up on an election year not long. These people are going to be on the streets, and they're going to wonder why we couldn't pass this bill out by itself. Well, I can tell you why. Because they're just voters. You know, the rest of the bill that we got to have with this bill, that's special interest, some of it represented. That's what's stopping this bill from passing. The fact is, we need to change the rules in this body. We need to start bringing tax bills out one at a time and having good debate on this floor. This is Kansas right here. We represent Kansas, each one of us. We shouldn't be afraid to debate issues or there's several issues that haven't been debated, that have been boxed up. This is not a dictatorship. Not one person should be able to say you can or can't bring something. This bill should be passed. We should give relief to our seniors. This is a reason for them to stay in Kansas, not to go across the line or somewhere else where their Social Security is exempted. But what will happen is the bill will get vetoed, that, you know, whatever tax bill, we'll be back here this summer, and it'll be another year down the road before we can even make this motion, because it's going to be a stalemate. Everybody's going to hold hostage exempting Social Security for reducing these tax rates for them people in the halls. I think it's a great opportunity to actually do something for the people that either voted for us or against us last election, and the people we represent. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move my motion on Senate Bill 110 and bring it to the floor.
Body, you have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. Roll call has been requested. Seeing a dozen hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Faust Godot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Does any member wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
I just wanted to see if we had a preliminary count, and there's a lot of people missing. I didn't know if you wanted to wait a few minutes for some of these people to get back.
It's not up here. We will. Preliminary count 19 aye, 14 no.
There's a whole bunch of people missing. I just didn't know if you wanted to give them a chance to vote.
Does any other member wish to explain their vote, or any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I wish to vote. I vote no.
Any other member wish to change their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vote no.
Further changes of vote? Explanation of vote. Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I don't have an explanation of vote. I just have, would ask the chair, you know, we do have a lot of people gone right now. And for those watching on video, this moment will be recorded. And people left this chamber, and I don't know what for. I don't know whether they had an emergency or whether they just don't want to vote on this motion. But this is an important motion. These people out here in Kansas that are in Social Security.
Just a moment, Senator.
What
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, state your point.
It's an explanation of vote, accusing other senators. What procedure are we in right now?
I will allow a little latitude for Senator from Brown on explanation. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't accused anyone. I said I didn't know why they were gone. And I'm sorry that she can't understand that. Apologize to the body. It is good that the chairman's given us time.
Just a moment, Senator. We've got a point of order. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. State your point.
I would ask the rules on decorum and speaking of another legislator.
One moment, Senator. The ruling, we do not impugn motive. Senator, we ask that you simply explain your vote, and you're down to about 30 seconds on your explanation of vote. You may continue, Senator from Brown, Senator Pyle.
I would only continue by asking, Mr. Chairman, before we leave this chamber today, I would like the Secretary of Senate to give us a copy of the rules that you speak for 1 minute on that motion, or 2 minutes on that motion and only once. I'd like to see where that's at, please, just for my own record. And if I've impugned anyone, Mr. Chairman, I sincerely apologize. I do know that, you know, I have not intended to do that if I have. It's only by the grace of God that I stand on this floor. So I say that because, Mr. Chairman, we need time to allow these members to return to make their vote because this is such a critical matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Riley, Senator ready for explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I chose to vote yes on this, but my main reason for voting on any of these bills that we're trying to pull above the line, being a second year, this is my second session, and trying to learn the rules has been very complex, and between shell bills, gut and go, bundling, conference committee reports, I'm having a hard time explaining to my constituents in my newsletter when I say passed out of committee or passed off the Senate floor, that doesn't mean it's a legislation yet. And I think we need to understand all of the rules, and if people are using those rules effectively, such as this one, as I'm learning, then we need to be able to explain that to our constituents and not make it as complicated as it is. I would love to go back and review some of these rules because I feel we are consistently and constantly deceiving the public in so many levels. Thank you.
Further explanation of vote, Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to explain my vote. The vote here on the motion is a procedural vote. It's not a vote on how I would vote on the underlying policy. We've had a lot of procedural motions and votes today, and it is now just after noon, and we haven't yet debated any of the bills that are above the line on GO today. So for me, I'm looking at these as procedural motions, as that's what they are, a procedure to pull them up out of our usual procedures and to pull them up either onto GO, or I believe one of the motions also was above the line. So again, it is not a statement, or it is not my vote necessarily on the underlying policy. For me, it is procedural in nature, and that's the vote I've cast. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Explanation of vote, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I voted aye on this motion because I believe to vote otherwise is to defend a broken process that is failing to deliver much-needed relief to Kansans, especially our seniors. As I mentioned, I've talked with Kansans over and over at every one of my town halls, and imagine being a senior in Kansas right now, and you are living Social Security check to Social Security check, and all you really want from the legislature is to know that they're on your side. And imagine the conversations that I have to have with seniors in my district, where I have to explain to them, and they say, well, you've been doing this for 2 years now. You keep telling us that every member of the Senate supports ending taxes on my Social Security, but you haven't been able to get it done. And then you have to explain to that senior who's living paycheck to paycheck, Social Security check to Social Security check with rising property taxes. And you have to say, well, no, you don't understand, senior, because this is about, we got to bundle up these bills. We got to make some folks make some hard votes where they vote for some good stuff and they vote against some of the good stuff and the bad stuff. And then we can send postcards. And at the end of the day, we're failing to provide real relief for our seniors. So I voted to support this because I'm sick of having those conversations of saying, well, you don't understand, senior. This is about the games and the special interest, and this is about positioning, and this is about fighting with the governor. And I think it shouldn't be about those things. I think it should be about real relief for Kansas seniors. That's what we have an opportunity to do today, and that's why I voted yes. Thank you.
On explanation of vote, the chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A constituent reminded me, I know why the Social Security exemption hasn't gone into law, because the governor vetoed it. We passed it in 2284. We passed it in 539, and the House chose not to pick up that provision. Senator, myself and others are up here fighting for the largest tax cuts possible. We have over $3 billion in the coffers, and it needs to be diligently and thoughtfully returned to the taxpayers and stopped collecting in the future in order to continue to grow those coffers. I stand strong. This was a procedural vote, and I stand by my vote.
On explanation of vote, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I proudly vote aye on this motion. This is not only a vote for good tax policy, but it's a vote in satisfaction that the special interests are finally they're losing their grip on the process. And this loosening of the grip started over 2 weeks ago, and now it's become even more apparent that we're able to really do the people's business. It amazes me, Mr. Chairman, that here it is 2024, and these same tax policy pieces we had before us, I think in 21, definitely 22, definitely in 23, and only now finally are we able to get to doing tax policy for the people. Why is that? It's because of the continued control the special interests have on both parties. It's not just one party, it's on both parties. All right? What was everybody excited about in 2021? Beneficent TEFI. What was everybody excited about in 2022? Apex. All right? It's always been the special interests with the big dollar price tags that drive the legislative agenda. And we can do things like, sure, we'll do some sort of a partial reduction of food sales tax, but get real. The special interests drive tax policy. And I, for one, am happy to see that their grip on this process is loosening up. This is a good day for Kansas citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Explanation of vote, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I vote aye on this procedural vote because this is the procedure that will allow us to make a vote on the bill to change tax policy. We should be saying as many times as needed what we believe good tax policy to be. I think it's in the bill. I'd like to see it on general orders. Thank you.
Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Explanation of vote. I voted yes, just as I did yesterday in tax committee, just as I have repeatedly in serving in tax committee. In fact, the newsletter that I sent out to my constituents before the session even started, I talked about there would probably be many bills that would be coming forward, but the one that I looked forward to the most was early passage of a bill that eliminates Kansas income taxes on Social Security for our retirees. That is the question I was asked repeatedly at legislative coffees when I met with different special interest groups, retirees, my local Miami County Republican Party. They said, "What bill are you pushing for the most?" And I identified this particular bill. So I will always be a yes vote to get a bill here on the floor passed and sent to the governor to eliminate that tax. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Further explanation of vote. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With her permission, I would like to join the explanation of vote of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
So ordered. Further explanation of vote, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware. Okay, not seeking to be recognized. I won't recognize you. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. For passage of the motion, it would take 27 votes. The vote tally is 19 yes, 16 no. The motion fails. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Senate recess till 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor,
Wait a
signify
minute.
by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You are on recess.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
I move the committee rise and report progress.
Even though we haven't. Okay, we're on. All right, motion has been corrected to rise and report progress. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Chair recognizes the Senator from, no. CEO announcements. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Now I move the Senate recess till 2 p.m.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senate is recessed. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bill 142, Senate Bill 331, 345, 381, 394, 405, 433, and 434. Announcing passage of Senate Bill 143, as amended by House substitute for Senate Bill 143, Senate Bill 287, as amended by House substitute for Senate Bill 287, Senate Bill 291, as amended by House substitute for Senate Bill 291. Also, passage of Senate Bill 292 as amended, Senate Bill 333 as amended, 359 as amended, 384 as amended, 406 as amended, 410 as amended, 423 as amended, 455 as amended, 458 as amended, 462 as amended, 467 as amended, and 473 as amended. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to Senate substitute for House Bill 2036, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Smith, A. Burgerkamp, and Sawyer as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2176 and requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Smith, A. Burgerkamp, and Sawyer as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to Senate Bill 2465, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Smith, A. Burgerkamp, and Sawyer as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2481, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendment to House Bill 2498, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Francis, Neely, and Ballard as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2562, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Hoheisel, Clifford, and Shue as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2530, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2531, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. Finally, the House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2532, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Penn, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House.
We will now return to the Committee of the Whole with Senator Peck in the chair.
The Senate, having resolved itself to the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2583. The Chair recognizes the Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may continue.
Thank you. House Bill 2583 comes to you from the Senate Judiciary Committee. House Bill 2583 would increase penalties for harming law enforcement animals and adds police horses to the list of protected law enforcement animals. The bill would classify the inflicting of harm that results in disability or death to a police dog, arson dog, assistance dog, game warden dog, search and rescue dog, or police horse as a level 4 non-person felony. The bill would classify this offense as a level 3 non-person felony if it is committed during an attempt to flee or elude a police officer. It also establishes a mandatory minimum sentence of 90 days of imprisonment and a minimum fine of $10,000 for each violation. The offender would be required to complete a psychological evaluation during their term of imprisonment and an anger management program during their term of probation. The bill would also require the offender to pay immediate restitution for any veterinarian medical treatment, funeral and burial expense, and animal replacement costs. The Senate committee amended the bill for the definition of police dog and police horse and to reorganize the bill's language to account for the increased penalties created by the bill. We had proponent testimony from Representative Johnson, the Johnson County Sheriff's Office, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Sheriff's Association, the Kansas Peace Officers Association, and 3 representatives of the Kansas State Lodge Fraternal Order of Police. Written-only opponent testimony was provided by the National Police Accountability Project. Proponent from Wichita, Officer Ben Yonkers, testified stating, Oz is more than a piece of equipment. He is a part of my family. The community adores these dogs, and they deserve better than what the current legal provisions offer. And I think that says it all. The only opposition was written only, and they testified as the penalty was too harsh. There's no fiscal note, and the law would be effective upon publication of the statute book. It passed the House 107 to 4. And with that, I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for the senator from Cloud, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we did have some very compelling testimony in committee about both the critical role that police dogs, assistance dogs, and police horses play in law enforcement, and I agree with that completely. I also very strongly agree that those people that harm or kill one of those animals should be severely punished. But I'm struggling to support this bill because I think it's a question of proportionality. And so I just want to bring this up to the body. We talk, as the good senator mentioned, severity level 4 non-person felonies is what this bill, if it were enacted, would make it if you inflict harm that disables or kills a law enforcement animal. It would be a severity level 3 non-person felony if the harm to the animal took place while fleeing or attempting to elude a police officer. It also sets forth a series of conditions that apply to sentences with respect to these violations. That includes at least 90 days imprisonment, payment of a $10,000 fine, and administration and completion of a psychological examination. So turning back to the issue of proportionality, I just think it's important for the body to have an understanding of what these level 3 and level 4 offenses would be. Current law in Kansas is that aggravated robbery of a person is a severity level 3 person felony. Arson, so you can burn down somebody's house while they're not in it, and that's a severity level 7 non-person felony. So that's less serious than it would be the penalties for harming or killing a police animal. Committing voluntary manslaughter is a severity level 3 person felony. Voluntary manslaughter on a person would be the equivalent of harming or killing a police dog during an interaction with law enforcement. Aggravated battery of a person is a severity level 4 person felony. You could steal $100,000 in property or more, and you would only be facing a severity level 5 non-person felony. You could burglarize somebody's home, and you would face a severity level 7 person felony. And again, just to remind us, I know we all know this, but the higher numbers are less severe, the lower numbers are more severe. So my issue with the bill is that I think that there's just a lack of proportionality with what these enhancements would be for harming or injuring a police animal, as important as those are, as costly as those are, as valuable as those are, as important to law enforcement as they are. I can't put them on par with all of these crimes that involve harm to actual Kansans or significant harm to somebody's home. So for that reason, I'm reluctantly going to have to be not supporting this bill, and I would ask the body not to either. Thank you.
Further questions for the senator from Clouds, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I struggle with this bill as well, and I think the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers, outlined it very well, and the reasons that some of us might support it. And the senator from Johnson, my colleague, the ranking member of Senate Judiciary, Senator Corson, just went through some of the elements of proportionality. In other words, how the penalty phase for the crime of harming a police dog doesn't necessarily line up with other levels of sentencing or penalties that we have in place. And I struggled with this bill for a while and reluctantly am not going to support it, but for some different reasons that I would briefly like to cover here, and I'd like for us to think about for just a moment. We heard, again, no opponent testimony, but we did get written testimony, opponent testimony from the organization, the Senator from Cloud carrying the bill mentioned from the National Police Accountability Project. And I guess I should back up for a moment and share with the body that I'm a strong believer in our animals. I supported a bill called Scruffy. Scruffy's bill, very few will remember my years, that created a felony for extreme cruelty to animals. And I took a lot of heat for that, Mr. Chair, for pushing Scruffy's law. I respect, and hope we all do, the care and concern we give to our furry friends, and it's now a felony because of my advocacy for 6-7 years to get the bill through. So I'm sensitive to how we treat animals, especially those that are service animals, like our police dogs. I guess I would support this bill if there were a few words added that said, other than in self-defense. If somebody did extreme harm to a police animal, except in self-defense, I probably would support it, keeping in concert with Scruffy's law and others, even if it were disproportionately so, as outlined already. I'm going to read just a couple of statements from the opponent testimony that I hope that we can digest a bit. It was not read in committee, on Judiciary Committee, but it was handed out. And I'm not going to recap what it does. We've heard what it would do is for causing the death or disabling, harming a police dog, fine up to $10,000, and requiring the psychological evaluation and anger management program of the one who was bitten. But let me just share this with you, and I'm quoting from this, from the National Police Accountability Project, that in a number of recent, quote, and I quote, in a number of recent high-profile cases, law enforcement officers have instructed dogs to attack individuals who were on the ground, had their hands up in the air, and were not resisting arrest or attempting to flee. There goes on to talk about extensive investigations around the country, and that the use of police dogs to detect, detain, or otherwise restrain individuals has been found to be inhumane and cruel and regularly leads to catastrophic harm. Close quote. It picks back up again, Mr. Chair, the same opponent testimony that talks about how dogs have not responded to, these same dogs in Kansas have not responded, in Geary County, in Sedgwick County, and to their own commands from their trainers, and in some cases have attacked their own trainers. Sedgwick County in November 2017, and in Geary County in 2020, July of 2020, most noted here. Finally, just again reading through some of this, and it really caught my interest, it says, quote, police dogs have jaws strong enough to puncture sheet metal. Victims of attacks by police dogs have sustained serious and even fatal injuries, including, and it goes on a list of what some of those injuries are. But research has shown that victims of police dog bites are more likely than victims of domestic dog bites to be bitten multiple times in the head, neck, chest, and end up hospitalized. Here is the statement that causes me to be a no. Again, if we were saying in self-defense, and let's think about this, Mr. Chair. Quote, it follows that an individual being attacked by a police dog would respond by trying to defend themselves. According to an expert, a dog bite can flood the human body with adrenaline, making it difficult to focus on anything other than getting the dog to stop attacking. including listening to or complying with officer commands. Another expert stated that it is a human reflex response to move during a dog attack, and that it's virtually impossible to comply with police orders while an 80-pound dog is puncturing your skin. The natural human response to defend against a police dog attack has been recognized by the courts for decades. For instance, in Koff v. Wing, the Fourth Circuit acknowledged that a jury could find it, subquotes, objectively unreasonable to require someone to put his hands up and calmly surrender while a police dog bites his scrotum, unquote, and close quote. It is unsurprising that a police dog may be injured by an individual trying to protect themselves from an attack. I won't go on and go on. I hope you get the gist of my concern, Mr. Chair. Closing on this, we are going to increase disproportionately with the passage of this bill the natural response of someone who is under attack by an animal, a trained animal, who may or may not respond, and because they defend themselves from that attack, that person, that individual, there will be up to a $5,000 to $10,000 restitution fine if they are successful in fending off the attack, and they'll have to go through a series of other disproportionate remedies to that. It does not make sense, really, to expect someone to not try and defend themselves. And were except in self-defense amended into the bill, then I can't support it. And I hope that if we apply reason and common sense to it, that we won't put a disproportionate penalty in place for one who is simply defending themselves when they're set upon by these service dogs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, you know, this bill does show the value of the dogs and other animals that work for our law enforcement and how important they are. But as I look at the severity level and I compare it to that for abusing a child, and I see that it is outproportioned. I got to thinking about the fact, you know, often people have to make decisions about their pets and they're able to put them down. We don't do that with adults or with children. We don't just put them down when they're in pain. This bill brings up a severity level 3 and 4. And as I'm looking at the statute dealing with abuse of a child, it's abuse of a child is committing any of the following acts against a child under 18 years of age. And I just want you to realize that if they're between 6 and 18, it's a severity level 5. But if they're under the age of 6, it's severity level 3. We're talking about the same thing concerning an animal. And this kind of abuse would be knowingly torturing, cruelly beating, cruelly striking, or cruelly kicking, recklessly causing great bodily harm, abusive head trauma, permanent disability, or disfigurement. That's a level 5 penalty for a child between the age of 6 and 18. It's a level 3 for a child under the age of 6. So to me, the value of a child's life and health is greater than that of a service animal. So although I applaud those that, you know, work with our service animals in protecting our community, I also think that it's it's appropriate that the severity levels do not outpace those that we would want for our own children if they are abused or victimized as this by in another situation. So that makes it very hard to support this legislation when it puts an animal at the same level as that of a child.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of you probably aren't old enough to understand or remember Selma, Alabama, and her Freedom Bus, 1965. Martin Luther King, John Lewis, walk across the bridge. No ammunition, no nothing, to walking arm in arm, hand in hand. And a sheriff from Selma, Alabama named Jim Clark turned out the fire hoses and the dogs. And they didn't resist, got bit. If you read John Lewis's book, an amazing book, talks about how much he was bit. I'm gonna tell you something. If I'm walking that bridge and I'm holding a baseball bat and a dog or a person or anybody else is coming at me, I'm gonna whack them. And if I whack a dog, it's a severity 3, felony 3. And if I do a person, it's 4. For some reason, you know, I like dogs probably more than I like people, but that still just don't make much sense. And I just picture in my mind when I was reading this, going over this, Selma, Alabama of 65, when those dogs were just attacking. So if you haven't seen a film of that, you ought to.
Further questions, comments on House Bill 2583? Seeing none, Senator from Cloud. Senator Bowers, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to remind ourselves that this bill was supported heavily by our law enforcement officers who rely on these animals as their support staff. I think that's very important to note. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2583 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is House Bill 2483. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2483, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Sedgwick, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2483 provides efficiency and flexibility to the legislative post-audit process by removing outdated audit requirements while maintaining accountability through the legislative post-audit process. The 3 main areas that the bill changes is, first of all, eliminating the requirement for further 911 implementation audits. This originated in 2011 as a way to oversee the implementation of the 911 system, and the implementation of that system has been done. The bill retains the requirement of annual audits of receipts and disbursements. The second way it changes is it eliminates the requirement of recurring CAPERS audits every 3 years. This originated in 1992, and these audits dealt with the administration of the CAPERS system, not necessarily the financial stability. So the administration of CAPERS is up and running, and so these audits have become unnecessary to recur every 3 years. It does not remove the financial audits that are done annually for CAPERS. And the third change, it eliminates the requirement regarding recurring economic development evaluations. Currently, economic incentive programs are audited, and what happens is, we were told, is unless there are changes to legislation, having these audits recur every 3 years, really there's no new information. They're time consuming, they take a lot of resources and time that could be spent on audits that the legislature is requesting, on a more timely, relevant basis. And so what we are requesting and what the Senate Commerce Committee amended the bill to do was any new economic incentive packages would be audited within 4 years of implementing the program, and so that we would maintain that. And also keep in mind that at any time, we still have the process of an audit being requested by the legislature through the Legislative Post-Audit Committee. And so any issues that would arise or concerns, of course, those requests could be made for those audits. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the carrier would stand for a couple questions, please.
She is standing.
I appreciate the carrier's explanation of the bill. I have some concerns about some of this going away, and so I want to follow up and ask some questions. So it basically sounds like, if I'm hearing the carrier correctly, Mr. Chairman, that unless an existing Commerce Department program, unless a specific request be made to LPA, that those existing active programs would no longer be audited at all. Is that correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct, other than new incentive packages.
Senator from Douglas.
And then as far as the new, is it just the new implementation, they would have up to 4 years before they had to do the audits? Would there have to be a requirement that at least one of the two Commerce, either the House or the Senate chair, requested the audit in addition to the time limit? What's going on with that?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, one of the respective House or Senate Commerce Committees would have to request the audit, and it would only be for those incentives that are $50,000 or more. And they would have up to 4 years. And there is also, if the incentive met certain requirements, it could be within a 5-year time frame, but they would have to meet certain requirements to get that 5th-year extension.
Senator from Douglas.
I'm just curious, so say under this new scheme, if we were to adopt this, if somebody on the Commerce Committee or the chair would say, hey, we would like to have an audit of this program, how long would it take legislative post-audit to get that audit scheduled and actually executed?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would assume that would depend upon the number of audits that were requested. It would go through the current LPA committee process.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And one other question, too. I do believe that the carrier said that on the CAPER system, is the Legislative Division post-audit still doing a financial audit? If this legislation were to pass and not an administrative procedural audit?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my understanding that a third party contracts to do the financial audit on CAPERs.
Senator.
And those would continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
Okay, thank you. So when I read this bill, I heard about this bill. Look, I understand basically backing off a recurring audit requirement for the 911 system. I mean, we're moving beyond the implementation of those systems. The CAPERs, obviously, we're talking about administrative audits. I mean, how many times can you basically look at administrative processes? I understand pulling that out of the recurring loop. I have a very strong concern, though, about basically taking active Department of Commerce incentive programs out of any sort of recurring audit. My fear is that by the time you look at basically turnover within the legislative chambers, who's ever going to go back and look at these things? Who's ever going to go back and actually do the performance analysis and say, yeah, this program is really getting us what we got? We just had, Mr. Chair, we had some, I know we had a summer interim tax committee, and we had legislative post-audit basically telling us they had some concerns about the angel investor tax credit program. So if we just want to say, well, we don't want to have to deal with, you know, these uncomfortable situations coming up where legislative post-audit is continuously telling us something may not be right, and we don't want to basically address it. I mean, this is one way to get with it, and I'm not saying that's anybody's intention, but I really have a concern when you look at the Commerce Department, the way its management is structured today, and the way a lot of these awards and things are, these programs are awarded. First of all, I do believe it is a massive conflict of interest that we have a Secretary of Commerce who's also basically Lieutenant Governor. And my concern with that has always been from the get-go is that when you have a person wearing two hats, one basically running programs, administering policy through a department, but then it also tied directly to the executive branch, at some point, do you basically go from basically pure policy decision-making to political decision-making? And so then it gets down to, when you have a person wearing two hats, how is that person ever held accountable for the work he or she is doing as the Secretary of an administration? It seems to me if a person is wearing two hats that has some political implications or decisions involved with programs, they're going to be a lot less likely to be responsive to potentially looking at the review or audit of programs to begin with, particularly if they put those together. I don't think that's good for Kansas taxpayers. I also have some other concerns about this stuff from the standpoint of you have certain programs like HPIP, which is a statutorily defined program. Any entity coming before Commerce and submitting the required paperwork, they get it. But if you look at basically the majority, maybe I have the wrong perspective on this, and Madam Chair from Commerce can correct me, a lot of those awards are made, okay, at the discretion of the Secretary. They're discretionary. Think about the discretionary awards we had on Project Apex. That was discretionary. And so I'm really concerned about basically, it's like we're getting rid of transparency, we're getting rid of accountability, we're getting rid of basically performance metrics to know if some of these programs work. I even introduced a bill earlier this year, basically the bill was to get rid of angel investor tax credit. I don't want to get rid of it, I think it needs to be reworked, but I think the way the program is currently structured, okay, I think it's a moral hazard. I think we're burning money in certain types of investments. But if we're never going to put mandatorily before the Commerce committees who have oversight of these things, we're going to make it basically at their discretion if they want to look at some of this stuff. I don't think we're doing taxpayers any service, any justice, okay, to these programs. Because some of these programs, I think they're very good. Some of these programs, I think, have some significant problems. And my fear with this legislation is that we're basically going to kind of turn our back and just not acknowledge certain programs. We're just not going to address the issues. As long as nobody makes a stink, who cares? And I don't say that, Mr. Chairman, to put any aspersions on any of the specific programs. Okay? I mean, we have a number of programs out there. Okay, they are doing things for our constituents. But I would also say in the same breath that some of them are much more, I believe, efficient and effective than others. And now that we have basically a secretary that is also part of the executive branch, I'm really concerned about, you know, is there going to be the same level sense of accountability, being sure that these things work, okay, versus now new emerging political considerations. So, with that, I'm going to stand down. I'm really concerned, once again, though, that when you have so many of these awards that are being made at the discretion of the Secretary, okay, who's now in the executive branch, I just don't think it's a good look for basically transparency, accountability, and open government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the body's indulgence.
Further questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the concerns brought forward from the good senator from Douglas. I myself, and I think some on the committee, shared some concerns about how do we balance maximizing the time and energy and effort from LPA and make those audits meaningful to the legislative work and what they're intended to do. And I hope we found the right balance in being able to still request that information, but unless something is significantly changed, those reports tend to be pretty standard and time-consuming to produce. But I do appreciate his comments and do think that they are worthy. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2483 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2551. For the purpose of carrying the House bill, this chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Sherman, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the claims against the state bill we do every year, and I think you probably all had an opportunity to look at the list. Probably the most important thing on there is the $5.42 for the TV guide that was late in delivery. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sherman? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2551 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2124. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Johnson, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's 67 microbrewers across the state of Kansas, ranging from very small ones to the largest, which is Free State, over in Lawrence, produce about 15,000 barrels of beer each year. What this bill does is allows these microbrewers to begin to self-distribute in a limited fashion. We brought both sides together. We brought the microbrewers together with the distributors and alcohol beverage control and worked on this to bring a good solution to this problem and come up with a compromise bill that everyone could live with. And this is that particular bill. Basically, it would lower the definition of the number of barrels allowed as a microbrewery from 60,000 barrels down to 30,000 barrels, which is still double the size of our largest microbrewer in the state. It also, on page 1 of the bill, if you take a look at the first little section, allows for owners. Of course, it places that 30,000 barrel limit on a single owner, but if an owner has a 10% ownership or greater in another entity, it would make it so that he still has to live under that 30,000 barrel limit. So for example, if he had owned 2 different microbreweries, they couldn't go out and get 2 different licenses and increase their per year a gallon or a barrel limit to 60,000. It keeps these as actual microbrewers. It also increases, well, it allows for up to 1,000 barrels of aggregate annual sales of the beer and up to 3,000 gallons of hard cider that can be self-distributed by these microbrewers. It also would allow for various permits for sales, including temporary permits to say they wanted to sell their beer to a restaurant, a club, or a drinking establishment. They can do that. If the microbrewer has a 25% or greater ownership in a drinking club, establishment, restaurant, or something like that where they're going to sell the beer, it allows them to move that beer from those one establishment to the other and not count against that 1,000-barrel limit. Hopefully I'm explaining this correctly. It's a little bit confusing. And it would also specify that they would be prohibited from selling or attempting to sell any beer or cider within the state unless they conform to the distributor statutes. In fact, if you go on into the bill from basically page 4, section 2 on down, you'll notice the term or the word microbrewery is sprinkled throughout that whole, the rest of the bill. Basically what that is doing is conforming to the distributor statutes to make sure that they conform. So all of this just to basically allow them to self-distribute. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of you might have watched this movie when it first came out in 1939. It was when Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. A young man goes up to Washington to fight against a very large organization. And I just want to take a moment to introduce somebody who's basically done that same feat. He's standing right behind me. His name is Sean Wilcott, if you'll stand up. If we could give him a warm welcome here at the Senate, I'd appreciate it. He's a guest of mine. Mr. Wilcott, he owns Wilcott Brewing Company and Tap Room in Holton and opened up a location in Leavenworth. And he went on this quest as a microbrewer to actually go for self-distribution, limited self-distribution in the state of Kansas from our local microbrewers. And if you know anything about our three-tier system here in the state of Kansas, it's quite a big task to go up against. Even though we have wineries that have done similar things, it is quite a big task. And I've got to applaud all the players that came together on this bill to come up with a compromise to successfully limit the scope, but also allow people like Sean Wilcott and his company, a microbrewer, a local business, to be successful. It's about helping our local manufacturers, getting their product to market, from urban districts like Johnson County or Wichita to districts like mine, or even the urban or rural districts out there like Hayes and the smaller locations. So I encourage you to support this bill. It is about our small businesses here local. It's about supporting each of our different kinds of districts. And I want to really say congratulations to Mr. Wilcott if this happens to pass through this body and we get a successful vote, which I encourage you to do today and tomorrow on final action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. All right, deferring to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions for the senator from Johnson, carrier of the bill.
You may proceed.
Thank you. In the hearing during the testimony and some concerns brought forth from Deb Beavers, could you address that? And then we talked about cross-state sales. Would you address that? And then finally, Mr. Chairman, can you address the issue of if the distributor, Sean, would items that are left on the shelf for more than 30 days, they could then do what with them? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, and thank you for Senator bringing all these up. There's a lot of things that goes into conforming to a distributorship as a microbrewer. I'll start with the last one first. As part of the agreement that they made to conform to the distributorship statutes, it does allow them to buy back that beer that's sitting on the shelf and is close to expiration. That's part of the distributorship statutes, basically. And those were the concerns that Director Beavers from ABC had, that if we went forward with this bill, that we would make sure these microbreweries conform to the distributorship statutes, which this does, and satisfies her concerns. I was trying to think of the middle concern that she had. Oh, it had to do with...
Mr. Chairman, the sales across the state.
Oh, the sales, yes, I'm sorry about that. My memory is, sometimes a short train out of the station. The big debate here was how much sales do we allow that would prevent other states' microbrewers from coming into Kansas? In other words, if you make the allowable sales too big, it would be very enticing to, say, Boulevard Brewers over in Missouri to come in and try to take some of our Kansas microbrewers' business. And there's also the concern about the Supreme Court case Granholm v. Held, in which we have to treat out-of-state microbrewers the same as we do in Kansas. So the real challenge here was to try to tighten down the amount of delivery that our microbrewers could make that would prevent the out-of-state people from coming in because it's not economically enticing, but allow our people to distribute to the various restaurants or clubs or drinking establishments that we had, and also try to make a profit. And so that was a real challenge, and it took a lot of discussion, and I think we hit on that magic number at 1,000 barrels right now. It's not quite as much as our microbrewers wanted. They felt like they needed 2,000 to break even, but it's certainly more than the distributors wanted, which was about half of that, about 500. So each side gave up something in this process and felt like at the end of the day it was a very good compromise that would at least allow our microbrewers to get their foot in the door, start to promote their product, and expand their business.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, I wanted to commend the chairman of the Senate Federal and State Affairs Committee telling the two sides to get together and work this out, because initially they were totally on separate sides of the issue. And Mr. Chairman, the gentleman behind that the gentleman from Leavenworth mentioned, I think he and others came to my office so much I almost felt drunk, Mr. Chairman. But, and so in their conversations to level the playing field with the distributors, and if the chairman could speak to the licensure or requiring those microbrewers to do the same thing as the distributor, or within that licensure within with Deb's office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the kind comments from my ranking over there. And she never appeared to be inebriated at all in the committee, so I can tell you that much. With regard to the licensure, this license does allow for that 1,000-gallon or 1,000-barrel limit. And by the way, it's 31 gallons to a barrel. I keep using gallons and barrels interchangeably incorrectly. And that's part of the licensure, but there's the other requirements on the ownership that would restrict an owner who has more than 10% ownership in a couple of establishments from exceeding that 30,000 barrel limit, so that they stay small enough that it doesn't threaten our state distributors, because we do have a three-tier system, and the distributorships do play a role in that, in collecting taxes and regulations. And so this helps conform with that, and that's what Director Beavers helped guide us on as we crafted this bill. And I do appreciate all parties coming together. We had a lot of folks in the room and long discussions, and it took days, but I think we hit a good compromise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a Kansas registered farm winery, I rise in strong support of this legislation. There's no conflict at all for me supporting this, because I do not basically sell any brew or ciders or anything like that. But I just want to add perspective as a startup domestic farm winery. One of the things that really helped get us to cash flow break even, as it were, was having the ability as a startup to be able to basically to self-distribute. And so I'm excited about this opportunity for the craft brewers. We have a craft brewer opened up a restaurant in downtown Baldwin City, the Baldwin City Beer Company. And local craft brews, there's a lot of good stuff out there. I'm also excited from the standpoint of the Kansas farm winery industry are basically where we're promoting, basically the consumption of, domestic, i.e. Kansas grown wine grapes. We're starting to see, my understanding is more and more hops grown in the state of Kansas. And so I do think as your farm wineries are helping to add to a vital and compelling agritourism component to the state, I hope our craft breweries would be doing the same. So with that, I support the motion. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises in a report, it report Senate sub for House Bill 2124 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2487. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2487, the chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2487 would create a new law to help address the drug overdose problem that we're experiencing here in Kansas. And it does so by creating immunity from prosecution for possession of a controlled substance or for possession of drug paraphernalia if you are rendering aid to the person who you see is suffering from a medical emergency due to a controlled substance. So as long as you have initiated the contact with law enforcement or with the emergency medical team to help render aid to a person that you think is in a medical emergency because of a controlled substance, and you stay and help cooperate with law enforcement by giving your full name and other information that they need to help with the resolving the medical emergency, you will not be prosecuted or subject to custody for possession of controlled substances or for possession of drug paraphernalia. Now, if you do happen to have a large quantity of controlled substances with you, that would be a prima facie case of an intent to distribute, then this would not provide immunity from prosecution or taking into custody of you or the person rendering aid. So this bill is brought to us by a couple of House representatives, Representative Hoheisel, Probst, Proctor, and Alcala. And with that, then, I will stand for any questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm waiting for an amendment. It should be here shortly. If we want to pass over and move to the next, that'd be fine.
Without objection, we will pass over House Bill 2487 for the time. We will now direct our attention to House Bill 2690. For the purpose of explaining the bill, the chair recognizes the Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Butler, you may continue.
Thank you. House Bill 2690 would enact new statutes and amend existing statutes relating to the Kansas 911 Act. This bill would allow counties or governing bodies of cities to contract with another governing body of a public safety answering point for consolidation of the provision of 911 services, would make changes to how 911 is governed within the state by replacing the current 911 Coordinating Council with a new state 911 board, would change how the 911 fees are allowed to be used, and would require 911 fees collected from phone bills and prepaid wireless service providers to be transferred to the state treasury. So basically, we're authorizing distribution of 911 monies to any county that consolidates with such public safety answering point services with another county, requires money that are distributed to counties to be used and reviewed in accordance
with the Kansas 911 Act, increase the minimum distribution amount to counties, provide for some distribution changes based on population of the county, and authorize future increases based on the rate of inflation. Revise the 911 governance by abolishing the current 911 Coordinating Council and establishing a new state 911 board. Require that all monies collected for the 911 fees and prepaid wireless 911 fees be transferred to the state treasury. Because of the new agency is estimated to have a surplus of funds, the agency should be self-sustaining and not require any funding from the state general fund. So basically, this bill is updating and modernizing our 911 system, making the system more cost-effective and the service more efficient for the people of Kansas. Ed Klump, representing the Kansas Sheriff Association, the Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, and the Kansas Peace Officer Association, was a proponent of this bill. There were no opponents. A unanimous recommendation of the Utilities Committee, and it passed out of the House with a 117-3 vote. And I'd like to thank Senator Francisco and Senator Peterson for their work on this bill. So at this point, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, senator from Butler. Oh, I do see one. Apologize. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions, but I too want to thank the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, for all his work. And actually, I think he, early on, in response to the legislative post-audit, felt like there should be the opportunity for counties to contract with another county for public service answering point services. And he did help the Senate committee by working on Senate Bill 287 and really helped us focus on what changes we might need to implement that contracting process. So I very much appreciate that. When the bill came over to our Senate committee from the House, they had changed the minimum amount that would be provided to every county for these services from the 911 fee and raised it from $60,000 to $70,000. I did ask during the hearing if there would be any opportunity to also increase the distribution amounts for those counties who are actually sharing their fees with some of the smaller counties. So there's a schedule that's in our statute that says if you live in a county with a population of more than 80,000, at this time you keep 82% of the monies collected in your county and share the other 18%. We learned that it would be possible to increase that for each of those counties based on population by 3%. So I hope I've distributed a list by county and public service answering point within that county on what the effect would be on those distributions so that every senator could share what I believe is very good news with the counties in their district. There are 22 counties that will see no increase, and my understanding is that's because that county has a population of less than 25,000 individuals, but already is keeping 100% of the fees that are collected in their county. So I hope this information is helpful to the other senators, and I believe this is another good part of the bill. There is a need for these PSAP services, and I believe by providing a bit, if a little bit of money can certainly be of help. Thank you.
Further questions or comments for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator from Butler, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2690 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion no. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. We will pass over Senate Bill 532 and now turn our attention to House Bill 2715. For the purpose of explaining the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longvine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe I need to adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Lyon, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2715 would authorize the Commissioner of Insurance to set the amount of fees and fines for applications, licenses, license renewals, certificates of authority, and other required filings. The Commissioner has identified 26 fees that she would like to reduce. The current statutory amount that is in statute would serve as the cap, and she would have the ability to reduce fees from there. The bill would also require the Commissioner set the fees and fines for the preceding year by December 1st and publish those in the Kansas Register. The proponents to the bill were Kansas Insurance Department. There were no opponents. The bill passed the House 119-0, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee reports, it reports House Bill 2715 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2648 to explain the bill and adopt. No, there is no committee report. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Deidre.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2648 was brought to the House Commerce Committee by the Kansas Chamber, and it involves tightening up the rules and regs process for state agencies. The bill passed the House 82-36. Key components: House Bill 2648 will grant the budget director the authority to disapprove regulations for failure to submit a complete economic impact statement. We have an act that requires agencies to conduct the economic impact statement piece and to seek input from interested organizations and citizens to fully capture the financial impact of the proposed regulations on industry. I think we've heard repeatedly from the Joint Committee on Rules and Regs, they have concerns that under the current process, agencies often submit incomplete economic impact statements, and there's just no way to hold those agencies accountable for performing the necessary work to fully present what that impact is going to be on those operating under specific regulatory authority. The bill also adds some legislative oversight, similar to what other states have, that require the legislature to pass a bill specifically authorizing proposed regulations if the anticipated compliance costs exceed $1 million over the first 5 years. It doesn't appear that this is going to be overly burdensome for the legislature. It might mean 4 or 5 bills each year, which is the experience of other states that have this similar statute in place. House Bill 2648 will bring some much needed accountability to our agencies by requiring them to consider the true net cost of each proposed regulation and the impacts on every level of our state. It's going to ensure that only those regulations which have been carefully crafted are advanced. We heard in committee that Kansas is one of only 16 states where there is no clear permanent requirement for a legislative body to weigh in on new regulations before they go into effect. This legislation does not prevent agencies from enacting new regulations. It's just designed to ensure that new rules with a major impact on the economy face some scrutiny by elected officials who are accountable to the voter. It just puts some guardrails in place. The House amended the bill in committee to eliminate a requirement for LPA to audit impact statements. It just wasn't necessary with this new bill, but any legislator could certainly request one. There were no opponents. There was no fiscal impact. It was supported by the Chamber, AFP, Kansas Soybean Association, Grain and Feed, and Pacific Legal Foundation. I guess I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have some questions for the senator from Shawnee.
Certainly, go ahead.
So one comment that was made, and I agree, is that this may not be burdensome for the legislature. Is that also true for the Secretary of Administration and the Budget Director?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for asking that question. There's no fiscal impact on this, and the Director of Budget is who this will impact the most, and did not feel there would be any additional capacity or staff required or any other issues for that office.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I do know that it calls for conducting an independent analysis, and I do hope that that would not be burdensome. So I'm trying to understand the order of how this would work. If rules and regulations are presented and then they need to be ratified, what happens if that's during a time that the legislature is not in session and a bill could not be produced or acted upon? Would this increase the time frame for rules and regulations to be adopted?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you. That's a great question. I appreciate that. So the budget director and legislative ratification would only occur if the compliance and implementation was going to be greater than $1 million. They have the opportunity, by they I mean the agency, to go back and modify their rules and regs so that it would be less than $1 million in compliance administration. So if for some reason they cannot do that, and again, we're talking over 5 years, then there probably could be a slight delay until the legislature is able to reconvene in January to approve or ratify the legislation per this statute. It is fixable, however, by the agency's actions.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can the senator from Shawnee define this process of authorizing such rule and regulation? Because right now, an agency can't adopt rules and regulations unless we specifically say that in statute. So how is that different from the authorization that is imagined in this bill?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you. I'm going to try and answer that. I think I know what you're asking me. If you look at the very first section, it's above section 1, and it states, providing that agency adjudications, those are hearings, shall not be used to establish policies that become rules governing future private conduct that have the force of law. So yes, agencies have hearings. Those hearings are the adjudications currently, and those adjudications often end up as policies that have never gone through the legislative process. So I think the authorization piece, if I'm understanding your question correctly, is that you still have hearings. You can still promulgate your rules and regs, but if in that process the implementation of those rules and regs will be more than $1 million, then you're going to have to seek legislative approval. You still have the director, the budget director, you still have rules and regs being a part of the process. We're just trying to put some guardrails in place.
Senator from,
Hopefully I answered that question.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was really, how would the legislature authorize such rule and regulation? Would they, I mean, would they pass a bill that says we authorize this rule, or we put that rule and reg into statute? We don't really have now a process that I know of that just says we passed this and we're authorizing this rule.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you. I'm going to double check. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that question. I probably gave you more information than you needed. I'm just going to double check how that statute would occur. That's what I thought. So for clarity's sake, I will tell you the bill just says that the statute will be enacted. So the process would probably be the same as any bill that we would bring before the body.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have had the honor of serving on the Joint Committee for Rules and Regulations, and we do get information and always have the opportunity, if we see something, not as a joint committee, but certainly as individual legislators, to introduce legislation if we believe that it would be appropriate. So I understand that the concern is this $1 million figure, but when we talk about rules and regulations, they affect a wide variety of individuals and businesses. And you know, maybe if we're talking about, and I hate to pick on them, but I will, if we're talking about oil and gas, or we're talking about building, you know, pipelines, rules for pipelines, then $1 million might not be a large percentage of the cost borne by those businesses who are building pipelines. But it could be a huge amount if we're talking about regulations that you know, affect individual restaurants or hotels. So is there any way that this $1 million is tied to the value of the business that's being regulated?
Senator from Shawnee.
Good question. It appears in our statute that we're proposing in this bill that it's not related to the value of the business, it's the implementation and cost of implementing the new rules and regs. There is a definition for that in the bill, the reviser has reminded me.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would say that there may be times that it's very appropriate to have concerns if this $1 million would be the cost of the regulation over 5 years, but there may be some situations where it is not. So I would prefer to see that. Again, I think that we have an opportunity as legislators when we hear rules and regulations to identify those times when the economic cost is inappropriate, and we always have the opportunity to make a change. I'm not sure that these guardrails proposed in this bill are necessary. Thank you.
Do you wish to respond, Senator from Shawnee? All right, we shall move on. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment on this, and it's being drafted right now. It's on its way, though. So could we pass over this bill?
We will continue debating. We have others standing, and then we'll see if your amendment has or has not arrived and potentially pass over. Thank you for making us aware. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be opposing this bill for all of the reasons that the senator from Douglas has mentioned. I think it takes us, when our state agencies put forth certain rules and regulations, and there are certain limitations. I have to think that they are the experts in the field and are probably listening across the board to what they need to change or what needs to be modified. I do agree that the legislature has its place in codifying those regulations and making sure that we are also have an oversight over, about those rules and regs that are being proposed to certain businesses. But at the same time, we need both pieces in place. We need state agencies to do their job by putting these out. And if there's a conflict or if there's a problem, then we need to have the legislature act on it. But sometimes, you know, as we've just seen, our legislative process is so convoluted. I don't even know if we are the experts, and we might be responding not so much to the rules and regs, but who's talking to us. And I just want to be cautious when we remove our state agencies some of the responsibilities that they are held to in some of their offices. There is a place for us, and I think it's probably appropriate where it is right now. Thank you.
Without objection, we will temporarily pass over House Bill 2648, waiting for an amendment. And we will now direct our attention to House Bill 2787. The chair recognizes the senator from Lyon, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator from Lyon, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2787 would amend law relating to the Kansas Insurance Guarantee Association, which is kind of an insurance company behind the insurance company. So if an insurance company is declared insolvent and unable to pay claims, this is the insurance company that takes effect behind that. Makes 3 changes. It updates definitions of covered claim, which is more technical in nature, not big policy changes in that. It also allows the commissioner to reduce the board members from 9 to 7 if at her discretion if she deems that necessary. The big piece of the bill is it adds cyber security insurance as a product that's covered by KIGA. Previously it wasn't, and it sets a max at $300,000 in coverage. The proponents to the bill were the Kansas Insurance Department. There were no opponents, and this bill passed the House 119-0. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Lyon? Seeing none, Senator, you may close. Senator from
Thank you,
Lyon.
Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports House Bill 2787 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2144. For the purposes of explaining the bill, the chair recognizes a senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate substitute for House Bill 2144 creates a new crime in Kansas to help us fight what's going on in our stores. You might see that merchandise at your big box store, your local convenience store, and other retailers across the state. What used to be merchandise on the shelves is now behind lock and key. Why? Because we have an incident of organized retail crime across the state. And that, as you've probably heard, is where one or more persons conspires to, they walk into the store, they grab a handful of merchandise, and then they move on to the next store. And currently, we don't have the proper tools to prosecute that type of crime. So that's what the bill in front of us does. It creates the new crime of organized retail crime. And you can see that it's defined as when you take merchandise with an aggregate retail market value of $3,000 or more from one or more retailers within a 12-month period, then you would be charged with organized retail crime. So the bill also does set forth those elements of the crime. It has to be from a retailer. A retailer is a person or business selling, leasing, or facilitating the sale or lease of merchandise to the public or a business. And it has to be the place where the merchandise is being sold or offered to the public. And then the bill also creates kind of different severity levels for crime depending on the aggregate value of the goods that you have taken. The bill also grants the Office of Attorney General concurrent authority to prosecute crimes that occur in more than one or more counties that are the list on pages 8 and 9 of the bill. That was an amendment brought by the Office of Attorney General to the bill, and you can see the list there. I do have an amendment also brought by the Attorney General to kind of tighten that list a little bit, and I have turned it in, and it is number 3821.
Senator, before getting to your amendment, we had a note you probably adopted the committee report yesterday, but to make certain, could I get you to make a motion to adopt the committee report, please?
Sure, yes. I had the wrong script for this particular bill, but I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Now we are to your amendment. You have turned your amendment in, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have an amendment number?
Yes, 3821.
We'll pause for a moment while the amendment is being distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain it. Thank you. In current law, the Attorney General has concurrent authority to prosecute theft and RICO violations that occur in 2 or more counties. And as you might recall, RICO is an acronym that stands for Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organization. And that's, again, where you conspire to, I'll just generalize and say commit crimes, a list of crimes there. And what this amendment does is it retains concurrent jurisdiction for the Attorney General to prosecute theft and RICO crimes, and adds the ability to have concurrent jurisdiction with our district attorneys and county attorneys for the new crime of organized retail crime, as well as any crime that's committed during the commission of organized retail crime. And that would be you stole a car in order to conduct your organized retail crime, or you broke into someone's house to get the tools you need to conduct your organized retail crime. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for any questions on the amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You move your amendment.
On the amendment.
Okay. You've heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate that previous amendment from the good Senator from Johnson and the chair of the Judiciary Committee. I still am very concerned about, again, this last part of the bill, the part that the previous amendment focused on, because what it does, even with the adoption of the previous amendment, is it grants to the Attorney General really broad jurisdiction to prosecute a whole range of crimes. The testimony that we heard in the Judiciary Committee was really focused entirely on the need to combat organized retail crime. And I think that's really where we should stay focused with this legislation. So I also want to make sure the body is aware that current law provides that a county or district attorney can always reach out to the Attorney General's office for help with any prosecution or any investigation. That's existing law. This bill doesn't change that one way or the other. And there may be a reason why this broad grant of governmental authority, of prosecutorial authority is in fact appropriate, but I believe that it needs to be brought in a separate bill. We need to have testimony again about why all of this increasingly broad jurisdiction is appropriate. We need to have a hearing where we can hear pro and con, and then the legislature can make a determination whether or not we want to grant the Attorney General this broad jurisdiction. I am not necessarily opposed to it in theory, but I am opposed to it now because, again, we didn't hear any testimony from the Attorney General about why they need all of this additional authority. So I do have an amendment. I did offer this amendment in committee, and it was not adopted by the committee, but I think it's an important enough issue that I wanted to bring it before the entire body. One thing that has changed since I offered the amendment in committee is I have talked with the Kansas Chamber, who is one of the lead proponents of this legislation, and the Kansas Chamber has seen this amendment. They approve of this amendment. They are comfortable with this language. So with that, I will offer the amendment, and I have turned it in. It is 3821.
Allow us a moment to distribute. Senator from Johnson, could you give us the number of the amendment again, please?
3821. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was the previous amendment. My amendment is 3792. I apologize.
Senator from Johnson, would you like to explain your amendment, or would you like to have it read?
I can explain it, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So what this does is it keeps the bill focused on organized retail crime. And so current law, as was mentioned by the Chair of Judiciary, the Attorney General currently has concurrent authority with our county and district attorneys to prosecute RICO violations and to prosecute theft. This amendment keeps that jurisdiction intact, so it keeps current law in that respect intact. It adds to the Attorney General's authority the ability to prosecute organized retail crime. Again, that is what the testimony was focused on. That is what I think we are trying to address with this legislation. And so with that, I would stand for any questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the bill as amended right now with the amendment that we just put on that would grant concurrent jurisdiction with our district and county attorneys for organized retail crime and any other crime that is part of such alleged course of criminal conduct. And what this proposed amendment does is it strikes the part of the amendment we just put on that says, and any other crime that is part of such alleged course of criminal conduct in you participating in organized retail crime. So to me, it doesn't make much sense that if we're prosecuting organized retail crime and it's occurring in 2 or more counties, that we would, with the bill as currently amended, have the ability to prosecute organized retail crime, but the Office of Attorney General wouldn't also then have concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute those other crimes that were, again, part of the course of criminal conduct in the organized retail crime. So it would create kind of a nonsensical situation, if you would, that, well, we can only prosecute for this part, we can't also do this part. So for the purposes of more efficient administration of justice, I would ask the body to not consider the amendment before us.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the Kansas Chamber is seen and approves of this amendment. They believe it accomplishes the goals that they set forth in bringing this legislation to help us combat organized retail crime. I think in practice, these cases are going to be brought in with jointly between our county and district attorneys and our attorney general's office. So I understand the comments of the good senator, but I think in practice, those cases are going to be brought jointly anyways. And again, I just think from a small government, limited government, conservative perspective, we should all be very cautious about granting a large amount of prosecutorial authority to the government entity, in this case, the Attorney General's office. So I think this is a way to, again, address the concern that was brought to us. The concern involved organized retail crime. This gives the Attorney General the authority to prosecute that. The Chamber supports it. And I think this is kind of a small government, limited government approach to accomplishing the goal of the legislation.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to clarify something that regarding the concurrent jurisdiction question, the bill, and this is related to the amendment, so bear with me, but the bill as it came to us would have provided concurrent jurisdiction for any crime committed in Kansas as long as it was occurring in 2 or more counties, as long as that crime was in 2 or more counties. And the committee asked, I asked, well, can we have a more limited scope of what those crimes might be? So in committee, we put on the amendment from the Attorney General that is the bill as introduced today. And you'll see there on pages 8 and 9 a long list of various crimes that would be murder in the second degree, involuntary manslaughter, burglary or aggravated burglary, counterfeiting currency, unlawful acts concerning computers, unlawful possession of a scanning device or re-encoder. And the amendment that we put on the floor here today was a narrowing back to the purpose of the bill, the crimes that the Attorney General would have concurrent jurisdiction to prosecute. And so the amendment that we put on here on the floor limits it to crimes that were part of the course of conduct in your organized retail crime. And what the amendment now before us does is it deletes all of the course of criminal conduct that are part of the organized retail crime amendment that we just put on. So in my view, the amendment is not friendly. The amendment we just put on does narrow the scope of the concurrent jurisdiction to crimes related to organized retail crime. And I will say that the Kansas Chamber of Commerce is fine with the amendment that we put on earlier. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. As the good senator from Johnson, carrier of the amendment, mentioned, we did work this amendment in committee. It did fail. It's well intended, and I do appreciate the work he's doing on this, but I really do feel like the carrier of the bill in that we have worked very hard to capture correctly what the carrier of the amendment is trying to do. So I think the amendment would narrow the scope to the point that it would handcuff the Attorney General from pursuing this organized crime in the way we want it to be done. So I too am against this amendment and am very supportive of the bill as it is currently stands at the moment. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may move your amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate the body listening to the arguments for and against. I again think that this is a way to accomplish what we've set out to do, which is help our retailers combat organized retail crime, but while maintaining a small government perspective and not give broad grants of authority for completely potentially unrelated crimes. And again, if there's a need for this, I'm not per se opposed to it. I just believe it should be brought to us in a way that we can next session, have a hearing on it, have testimony, weigh in, and make a more deliberate determination as a legislature. So that's why with this amendment, for the time being, I've tried to really cabin that authority to accomplish what was brought before the committee, which was organized retail crime. So with that, I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes have it. Amendment is failed. Back on the base bill, are there additional questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just want to kind of comment on a trend that we've seen with bills coming to us from the Attorney General's office, which is that we continue to see a real growth in government, and almost all of the growth in government is coming from the Attorney General's office. With basically every bill that is brought forward from that office, it comes with a request for enhanced authority, more money, and more FTEs. So this bill that is brought before us, the Attorney General states that he would need 2.5 more FTE positions at a cost of almost $250,000 of SGF from FY 2025 and over $250,000 SGF from FY 2026. Just this morning, we passed very narrowly, and I'm guessing this is part of the reason the body had some reluctance about it, the bill involving the Medicaid Inspector General. That originally came to us with a request for 20 more FTEs by the Attorney General. I appreciate that the committee pared that back to 5, but I am worried about that we are really growing government in this state, and almost all of that growth is in the Attorney General's office. So I would urge the body to be cautious and mindful of that as we move forward in considering bills from that office. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close. Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for the carrier of the bill.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just wanted to know, there was reference made to if the individual involved in this racketeering, if they used a certain car for the crime, and if they broke into a house for the crime, or wherever they got their firearms or whatever weapons for the crime, whatever it is all of that a separate, and it's not included in the $15,000, up to $15,000 that is indicated in this, that is separate and does not really have a numerical number as far as dollar amount?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to fall within organized retail crime, the theft of the property would have to be merchandise, and merchandise is defined in the bill. It means chattels of any type or description, regardless of the value, offered for sale in or about a store. So the answer to the question would be no, but with the bill as it's currently amended, that would be part of the prosecution for organized retail crime if the prosecutor would want to charge the crime of stealing that car from the home.
Senator from Riley.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. So is that aggregated market, retail market value from one store or from a variety of stores? And is there a time span? Is it like within that one time when they robbed it, or over a period of months or years? How do you aggregate that number?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. That's also defined in the bill at page 2 on line 5 there you will see aggregate retail market value means the total combined value of merchandise taken, and it's at the price at which the merchandise would be ordinarily sold by the retailer through legitimate sale or distribution. And there is a 12-month period where you're going to be looking at this organized retail crime. What have you taken within a 12-month period?
Thank you. That's all I have.
Additional comments or questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the rise of this type of retail crime that we see across the country and here in Kansas, this is a bill that really helps our businesses, large and small, to have a tool to prosecute for the prosecutor to prosecute these crimes and create law and order in our communities so we don't have this rash of organized retail crime on our streets in our cities. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate substitute for House Bill 2144 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2607. Chair recognizes the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2017, the Environmental Protection Agency adopted stronger standards for the use of restricted use pesticides. They gave states an opportunity to meet those new standards. Kansas had until last year the Kansas Department had until last year, and the department is KDHE. I'll get it straight here in a minute, Mr. Chairman. And they did adopt those standards. Now, another step in the process is for the legislature to officially adopt legislation, and then there are additional steps that will be taken, and probably this process will not be complete until somewhere around 2030. Now, since House Bill 2607 is part of the process, much of the language that you see in the bill is language from EPA, or recommended language. And the industry much prefers, and that's the reason they brought this forward, this legislation, they much prefer to be regulated by the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, the state, versus being governed by the EPA, which is a federal agency. Now, the committee did make some adjustments to the House-passed version, because when the House passed their version, they had put some amendments in it. And then honestly, Mr. Chairman, when one of the makers of the amendments came to the committee and said, I think I kind of stepped a little bit further than I should have, so we backed up on some of the amendments that the House adopted. And one of those amendments is for an individual applicator who violates the guidelines or the rules and regs, a penalty is set at not less than $100 nor more than $500 for each violation. Now, for commercial operators, which would be businesses, the fine is up to $5,000 with a maximum of $10,000 for a continuing violation. And then we also had lengthy discussion in committee about the age that a person should be allowed to apply the pesticides. We moved the age to what we felt like was the lowest age possible, because those of us in rural areas know that if you work on a farm, sometimes you start really young, but we didn't go really young. We adopted an amendment to allow for application of the pesticides at age 16. Now, these 16 and 17-year-olds must be supervised by someone who is certified, which would be someone 18 and above. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be glad to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator Montgomery? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report House Bill 2607 favorable for passage.
We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2547. Chair, we do need to vote on that. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2547. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
House Bill 2547 is potentially a life-saving bill. It authorizes schools to maintain emergency medical kits and to administer albuterol or epinephrine to students in emergency situations by obtaining a prescription in the name of the school. The physician or mid-level practitioner who prescribes the emergency medications required to review the school's emergency policies, and before authorizing such prescriptions, authorizes a school nurse and the designated school personnel to administer the medication at school if the school nurse or designated school personnel reasonably believes an individual is exhibiting the signs of respiratory distress. It requires a school that maintains a stock supply of emergency medication to establish policies relating to its storage, monitoring, inventory, administration, and training requirements for the designated school personnel. It allows the emergency medication to be given to not just students or school staff, but any individual at school or school property or at a school-sponsored event in an emergency situation. There were no opponents, and we heard proponent testimony from the State Board of Pharmacy, the Kansas State Board of Nursing, Kansas School Nursing Organization, Kansas Association of School Boards, the Pediatric Association, American Lung Association, and others. It passed the House 116-4.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2547 favorably for passage, Mr. Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, we will now return back to House Bill 2468. Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I am here to continue responding to any questions anyone might have. The amendment is not coming forward, so I'd be happy to answer any more questions.
Are there any additional questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions, but I rise in support of the bill. As chair of the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations, far too often we see the economic impact of proposed rules and regulations omitted from the report from the department or agency, and yet the proposed rules or regulations is imposing a lot of new requirements on an industry, and as a committee, we question the agency bringing the proposals, and we're not getting very thorough answers. So appreciate that this would provide some more information and perhaps cause some more thought before we have our agencies and departments put forward rules and regulations. So I applaud the Commerce Committee for the work that they have done here, and will stand in support of the bill. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that in my time serving on Joint Rules and Regulations, which has just been during this year, I have seen those economic development estimates, and I don't remember when they were admitted. So that's something that I will certainly promise to pay better attention to, but I want to make sure that others know, as a member of that committee, I have seen that information provided.
Additional comments or questions? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do want to mention I am not growing government with this bill. We're going to stay within the resources that are available. But I do believe that this bill does strengthen our regulatory policies, and it does make positive changes for everyone who's impacted by rules and regs. So I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2648 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2446. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2446 would prohibit municipalities from adopting, enforcing an ordinance, resolution, or regulation that restricts taxes, imposes a fee upon, prohibits, or regulates the use of auxiliary containers. And an auxiliary container, quote unquote, would be a straw, bag, cup, package, container, bottle, or other packaging that is made out of any various types of substance, from cloth and paper and plastic to foam plastic, cardboard, corrugated material. And it would define municipality as a city, county, or unified government. The municipalities would be allowed still to operate composting, recycling, and solid waste disposal programs, and regulate the use of containers on property owned or maintained by a municipality. It would also prohibit the passing or enforcing of a general sales and use tax, restricting the use of glass containers on property owned and maintained by municipalities. It would, obviously, they could prohibit littering and set reasonable standards for the regulation of alcohol possession. With that, I will stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to take this time just to recognize that we have our former Senate President in the back of the room, Susan Wagle from East Wichita. Let's give her a warm welcome back to the Kansas Senate.
Questions for the senator from Johnson? The chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that the City of Wichita has a task force report and recommendation, so I was hoping that the senator from Sedgwick was going to have some questions about this bill. But I do have some questions if the senator from Johnson would stand for them.
He is standing. Go ahead.
When was this bill first placed on general orders this year?
Senator from Johnson.
You know, I cannot remember the exact date. It's been a while, but I don't remember the exact date, to be honest. I have to go back and look.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't always ask questions that I know the answer to, but in this case, it was February 6th because I did go back through our list of general orders. And I'm wondering if the senator from Johnson was aware through testimony in the Federal and State Affairs Committee that the ordinance that was passed in Lawrence was scheduled to go into effect on March 1st.
Senator from Johnson.
I didn't know that that's when it was going into effect, but I was aware of the fact that Lawrence was about to pass an ordinance prohibiting plastic, the use of plastic bags and plastic items, straws, cups, containers.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The City Commission in Lawrence passed the ordinance last year and gave businesses time to implement that. So in fact, the rules, it had already been passed, and the rules went into effect this past March 1st. And so one comment is certainly if our intent is to look out for business interests, why wasn't there an effort made to bring this bill above the line earlier and give businesses in Lawrence more notice?
Senator from Johnson.
Prioritizing of bills coming out of my committee was part of the deal. We had to get a number of bills, and at the time, like I said, I was not aware of that timeline in Lawrence. The bill was brought to us by companies who are concerned about the situation, and so it wasn't, there was no specific intent of trying to circumvent what Lawrence was trying to do at the time. But obviously, it's a big concern of the people who brought the bill to us, and we were trying to remedy the situation because it does increase a lot of costs and creates a lot of issues with them, with supply chain, suppliers who supply the packaging for these companies, and causes them to go out and find specialty, do special purchasing to compensate for the fact that they can't use those containers. So there was no specific intent at the time in terms of actual timing. It was just a matter of when we could get to it in the committee.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was not questioning the timing in committee. I actually was asking about the time since it first appeared on general orders and now is being discussed at this at this late date. But, so I certainly understand that. But in fact, in some ways, I think we may be better off during this discussion because it has been implemented in Lawrence. There was a very interesting article in the Journal World that talked about the fact that this ban has been working well and even saving money for stores. The Lawrence Journal World reported that the owner of Cotton's Hardwares said the store received absolutely no blowback from customers and described it as a seamless switch from plastic to paper bags that didn't result in any increased cost for the business. And the owner, Linda Cotton, was quoted as saying, "It was amazing how easy it was, and honestly, it's saving us money." A lot of times we'll go to put a purchase in a paper bag and someone will be like, "Oh, no, never mind, we'll carry it." So I'd say it even saved us money. So I certainly appreciate knowing that it is working well and wanting and being able to share that with the members of this chamber. So I think there's several reasons to be concerned about this. Certainly, single-use plastics are a significant solid waste problem. And municipals and counties face increasing costs from plastic pollution, mainly from landfill costs, community cleanup, and jamming up of equipment. In Lawrence, we send our solid waste and recycling different places, but the recycling goes through equipment. People misunderstand that they shouldn't be putting these bags in their recycling, and it jams up the equipment. These bags are found on roadways, in lakes, and increasingly found in our bodies as well, the microplastics. So passing this policy curtails the ability of cities and municipalities to deal with solid waste. And because solid waste management is the responsibility of local government, over 200 municipalities and counties across the country have enacted regulations, whether imposing a fee or banning them outright. Plastic is bad for the environment because it's energy intensive to produce. It contributes to our climate crisis. And recycling rates are low. I understand some individuals think this isn't a problem because you can simply recycle it, but we don't see numbers any greater than 10% for what's actually recycled, and often much lower. So one concern I have is there's limited opportunities in our legislature to discuss environmental policy. So many times citizens organize locally to get response and have their local governments act. And industry groups come to the legislature to get it preempted. Is there any reason that it's important, and I'm asking the senator from Shawnee, is there any reason that's important to take this action now, and why is this going to help Kansans?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Several different things going on here. First of all, it's going to help Kansas businesses, but even though the one business that was referenced has shifted very easily, that doesn't mean all businesses have. In fact, by imposing these bans, it's not theoretical anymore. We're always told that, well, we're we've got a solution in search of a problem. Well, there is a problem here. The problem is that it's causing some of these businesses to adjust their business model, and it is increasing costs. And it will make them avoid municipalities that may impose these additional burdensome costs on them. So with regard to that, with the ban so new, I think it'll be interesting to see how those businesses adjust. If the cost goes up, they pass it along to consumers in a hidden fashion. Another thing, you go back 30 or 40 years, the reason that we have plastic bags in the first place is because environmentalists tried to ban paper bags. Anybody old enough to remember that? At the time, we thought, well, this is crazy. And of course, that's what you end up with. Some businesses adjust, and so if they ban paper bags, then they come up with plastic bags, which are bought in pallets. They're much cheaper for these convenience stores, particularly stores that are franchises, where you've got, if these franchises are faced with a patchwork of how to deal with these different municipality regulations, then it makes them decide whether or not they want to continue to do businesses in those locations. So it does have an impact on Kansas business. And with regard to the climate, let me just say this. There's a difference between environment and climate. The environment is, sure, you throw out paper bags, and they are unsightly. I'll agree with that 100%. My wife hates them. We recycle them. We try to do everything we can to keep the environment clean. But we're conflating environment and climate. People don't understand atmospheric forcing. There's no plastic floating up there that's causing an increase in temperature in the planet. And I can debate that for hours if we'd like. But I just want to point that out. You don't conflate those two topics. There are things we can do to the environment to clean it up. There are things we can do to the environment that we don't want to do and pollute, but it has no impact on the climate of this planet. So really, let's throw that argument out. This is an economic argument. And the economics of this situation are we are forcing businesses that have had long-time business models disrupted by these patchwork organizations or ordinances by municipalities who are convinced they're trying to do something. But what it does is create more of a problem for the businesses across Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do understand the difference between environment and climate, and I think plastic bags have a negative effect on both. Certainly, the senator from Shawnee is correct that we see these bags as litter, but they're produced from using oil, and they are energy intensive to produce. So that would be the reason that we would also be talking about climate. I'm concerned that it seems that we're valuing business over our citizens, that the reason that we're doing this is we want to protect businesses. And then we seem to be valuing chain businesses that may have one location or more than one location across the state over local businesses. Because we're worried about what might happen if they have a business in more than one location and have to do things differently. But that's the case for a lot of things that businesses with more than one location have to adapt to. They have to adapt to different zoning regulations. They have to adapt to some different requirements. They may have to do their solid waste and recycling differently. So were there any private citizens that spoke in favor of this bill during the hearings?
Senator from Johnson.
There were, there were some businesses that spoke about it, obviously. And I don't recall if there was any private citizens did any oral testimony. Might have been some written. But obviously these business owners are also private citizens and have a concern.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that there was a private citizen who spoke and 15 who submitted testimony, and those were all in opposition to this bill. So again, I would hope that we would honor constitutional home rule. I would hope that we would let a community who is trying to respond to the interests and concerns of their citizens and who have adopted an ordinance that is working well continue to use that and not try to preempt this approach. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? The chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the carrier of the bill. How much does a plastic bag cost?
Senator from Johnson.
Oh, it's probably a fraction of a penny, depending on how you buy it, either in bulk or otherwise.
Senator from Finney.
And also, do you, as a senator, believe that you have the right, or that the Senate has a right to tell cities such across the state on what they can and cannot do? As far as something as simple as how you bag your groceries?
Senator from Johnson.
I think there are situations where home rule or the interpretation of what should be used as home rule can be debated, and I think this is one of these situations. I believe that when you start creating a patchwork of these regulations that can create issues with the commerce within the state, not only within that community, but within surrounding communities, then we have a duty as a Senate to take a look at whether or not that is truly a home rule issue, or if it's an issue that affects more than just one particular municipality. And in those situations, there are a number of situations I can think of where setting some kind of a statewide standard makes a lot more sense than having these patchwork situations. Home rule, I think, was intended for very specific local problems like, where do you put a road? Where do you put a fire hydrant? Things of that nature. But when you start getting into these esoteric areas that have to involved with how people completely misunderstand climate change, things of that nature, then we have to step in and say, this doesn't make a lot of sense. We're creating undue burden on these businesses and not really realizing what we're doing to the economy of the state in doing so. So I believe in those cases, yeah, we do have a right to debate these sort of issues and determine whether or not it can be helpful to do something at a state level rather than at a local level.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree completely. We have to have debate what and what for. We can have a debate over what home rule is. I don't think plastic bags is a good start. I think plastic bags and issues like that. The carrier of the bill, do you believe in the 10th Amendment, state rights?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, certainly I do.
Senator from Finney.
So do you believe that, the 10th Amendment doesn't carry down into communities, but they have state rights, and so how that 10th Amendment came about was so people could keep what their heritage is in that particular region. Would you agree with that?
Senator from Johnson.
Certainly it is, but state rights are not unlimited, I might point out. Constitution, U.S. Constitution does limit it to some degree.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you never answered the question. Do you think that state rights were brought, the 10th Amendment came about so people from their region could legislate how they wanted to be legislated in that region?
Senator from Johnson.
It's not so much how they want to be legislated in their region as much as uniform rights throughout the states. And therefore, the 10th Amendment could, I suppose you could say that that would be the case, but it has to do with equal rights as applied by the Constitution.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you. So you're telling me that the 10th Amendment of our Constitution was not created so that states could legislate their region how they felt best their region should be legislated as far as local issues were concerned. You're telling me that's not the reason why the 10th Amendment came about?
Senator from Johnson.
Let me just read the 10th Amendment.
We know all what the 10th Amendment said.
Senator from Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you. It makes clear any powers that are not specifically given to the federal government nor withheld from the states are reserved to those respective states or to the people at large. That is the 10th Amendment. So it is not unlimited. Federal government has certain responsibilities, and certainly I agree that some things the federal government is doing is overstepping their bounds into 10th Amendment territory. We have that conversation all the time. And this is a situation where the state is saying, hey, let me back up just a little bit. There's something called the Commerce Clause that they impose upon us all the time that affects interstate commerce. We're applying this at a more localized level. This affects the commerce within the state of Kansas, this particular bill. And therefore, I think we have every right to say, wait a minute, you guys are overstepping your bounds at the local level. Remember, the Kansas Constitution, because we are a state, we give those cities constitutional home rule. They exist because of the state. And therefore, in situations like this, we have the right to say, no, we think you're overstepping your bounds on local home rule.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you. I was a government teacher for 20 years. And if I would ask the question why the 10th Amendment came about and I got that answer, it would have been handed back with red all over it. The reason the 10th Amendment came was so the regions could legislate their regions how they felt their region should be legislated. And here we are in Topeka, Kansas, with a senator from probably a golf shot away from Missouri telling us in western Kansas how to legislate. I find that personally awful, but just be thankful that I guess I wasn't your government teacher. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if the carrier of the bill was aware that it isn't just Lawrence that was on the precipice of passing plastic limitations for packaging. Along with Lawrence, Wichita, Hutchinson, Hayes, Linden, and Coffeyville were also just about to do this. I'm wondering if the carrier of the bill was aware of the survey that the KU School of Medicine did that showed 71% of the folks taking this survey, and there were well over 2,000 answers on it, agree that we need to do something about limiting the plastics in packaging. In Wichita, the city of Wichita did a survey, and 58% in Wichita support limiting plastic packaging. So I'll ask that question first.
Senator from Johnson.
I was aware there were other municipalities considering this. which is why this is the appropriate time to address it before it completely gets out of control.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Well, the best I can figure, the state chamber must be getting into the plastics production business, because this bill will ensure that Kansas continues to be buried in plastic waste. Here we go again, ignoring home rule. Adopted by Kansas voters in the 1960 general election and taking effect July 1st, 1961, Article 12, Section 5 of the Kansas Constitution authorizes cities to be, quote, empowered to determine their local affairs and government, thus significantly altering the relationship between the state and municipal governments. It ends saying, powers and authority granted cities pursuant to this section shall be liberally construed for the purpose of giving to cities the largest measure of self-government. We are overstepping our bounds.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not really a question for this senator from Johnson, but just comments on local control. I served on the Manhattan City Commission, and a few ordinances that passed were, for example, no texting and driving. One that the community passed was no smoking indoors. And when we did the no smoking indoors ordinance in our community and the public voted for it, businesses were sure they were going to lose businesses. The bars were really concerned that nobody was going to come into their establishments. Restaurants were concerned. You remember the day when the restaurants were half non-smoking area and the other half was a smoking section. And when we did it in Manhattan, there was a huge discussion, a conversation that happened. But what happened after the ordinance was passed was their businesses did much better, because now families can go and enjoy it with their children. They can go at midnight. They can go whenever they want, whether they're coming from a game after playing outside in another state and now they want to have dinner at 10, whatever it was, they can go to our local establishments, any one of them, and enjoy their meal with their children and families that didn't want smoking around them. The businesses were thriving, and I'm glad we didn't have a state telling us that we can't have such ordinances. Texting and driving, we were one of the first communities to do that, and now it's becoming more, first city to do that. Now it's becoming more state and national. So I don't consider these ordinances esoteric. I consider them public safety. This is public safety. When your elected officials are there, and most often by the majority party, they're making decisions for their constituents. And I think we need to leave it up to them on how they want their community to be developing. If plastic is somehow being a burden on their stormwater system, is it causing pollution where animals are now, there's walking trails with your dogs or cats or whatever it might be. There might be pollution all over the place. You don't have enough staff to go around picking up all of these plastics. There's a variety of reasons why public elected officials make these decisions. It's never just because somebody else told them to. I don't know any local elected officials, whether it's school districts, counties, or cities, that are gearing their decision by lobbyists. We don't have people taking us to dinners and wooing us for certain things. We just don't have those conversations. We're seeing people in our grocery stores, in our churches, in our libraries. These are the conversations we're having. We're talking with them one-on-one, and I think we need to leave it up to those personal decisions to their elected officials. For that reason, I will be not supporting this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one question. I recall during committee it was mentioned that without this bill, there would be a patchwork of regulations in regard to plastic bags. My question for the carrier of the bill is, what happens in regard to the corporations that have adopted policies similar to what's been adopted in Lawrence and other areas?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, those are private entities, and they can make those types of decisions. With regard to the municipalities, as a government, you're imposing that situation on the businesses and the corporations and not considering what economic impact it's going to have on those particular corporations.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you. So to my point, yes, those are private entities, and at this point, we aren't going to impose certain measures on them. So that patchwork will exist even if this bill passes. So again, the patchwork that has been mentioned will be in existence because several corporations have already adopted similar policy, including Aldi, Whole Foods, Natural Grocers, Target, Hy-Vee, and others are additionally looking to adopt similar policies. As mentioned before, HB 2446 violates the spirit of local control. The constitutional directive is very clear. Citizens want local governments to make decisions that reflect their unique communities. And if you happen to serve constituents in Johnson County, Junction City, Topeka, or Lawrence, know that a government representative of those communities testified against this bill. The biggest issue, though, is that this bill does nothing positive to address the bigger problem of plastic pollution in Kansas. Rather, it's another preemptive measure where, once again, the legislature oversteps its boundaries. For that reason, I encourage the body to vote no.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I think this is incredibly bad policy. Basically, what this bill does is incentivizes bad actors. You know, we love to talk about the free market and open and fair competition. There are equilibriums that need to be struck when we talk about basically the supply and demand of a good being offered basically for sale. And part of that is basically there are demands on both sides of the fence. Here's the environment that buyers operate, here's the environment that the sellers operate. There is a cost to communities to have to handle plastic bags that do not readily decompose. And what the State Chamber of Commerce and others in the convenient industries are basically wanting you to forget is the fact that your consumers, when they try of their own volition to address negative outputs of a business transaction, they're slapped back by saying you're getting out of your lane, you're out of your box, you know, this isn't right. No, the point is that it's exactly right. The whole issue of basically waste containment and management, we hear the stories about our oceans being just completely overrun with plastics. Obviously, our landfills are overrun with plastics. And it's not just, you know, the little, you know, quote unquote eccentric towns like Lawrence. We have large metropolitan areas, as was brought up. We've got Wichita, Sedgwick County. Obviously, this is big in Johnson County. It's big all over. We need to have businesses recognize that there are costs associated with consumers when they purchase their products. And it is not fair to push the costs off on consumers unless you're going to give them an avenue to recoup those expenses. We don't have that way. I can just say I've been extremely pleased as a Dillon shopper in Lawrence. I was just down there, you know, once again last week. They have the standard paper bags. I bring in my cloth tote. What I can't cram in my tote, I put in the paper bags. And I can at least go back to my car having the knowledge that I'm not basically putting another plastic bag in the ground somewhere that's going to sit there 5 billion years. So make no mistake, we're subsidizing bad actions. Cities are trying to basically be innovators in how they handle with, quite honestly, inferior product packaging. We need to encourage this type of actions on the point of the cities. This is bad legislation that discourages that. I vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other senator from Douglas is correct that there is a cost for managing this solid waste, and it's estimated cities, towns, and businesses pay approximately $80 a ton to have them buried. The bags take about 500 years to degrade. So one last question that I have for the senator from Shawnee. According to the Center for Biological Diversity, what is the useful life of a single-use plastic bag?
Senator from Johnson.
I would be interested in being edified on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Douglas.
12 minutes. Thank you.
Further comments or questions? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close.
Thank you. I might say, ironically, I shop at Sprouts. They used to have paper bags over there, and then they shift over to plastic bags. And I asked, because I prefer the paper bags myself, and they said the paper bags are too expensive. And so they've gone to plastic bags there. You can take in your tote if you want, but they prefer that you bring your plastic bag back. Trouble is, I forget to do it about half the time. So, I mean, there is a cost. There's absolutely a cost to these businesses. Sometimes these paper bags cost a little lot more, and it depends on the customer, you know, how much they're going to end up paying for their avocado or their apples. That cost does get passed along. So I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Bill 2446 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now direct our attention to House Bill 2628 for the purpose of explaining the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2628 was requested by the Secretary of Children and Families in the House Committee of Child Welfare and Foster Care. House Bill 2628 increases transparency and it has helped to cut down on the speculation when there is a child fatality. Right now, before the Secretary can release information, the full investigation has to be complete. Sometimes that can take a year, 2 years. A lot of speculation, a lot of spin goes on as to what happened. Under this new proposal, this new statute, if passed, the information could be released as soon as criminal charges are made. The Open Records Act limits it to age, sex of the child, date of fatality, a summary of any previous reports of abuse and neglected received by the secretary involving the child, along with the findings of each reports. And the last part is any document recommended services provided to the child. So all this does is very simple, changes the date in which they can allow the information to be released from after the investigation is complete to when a charge is made. With that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from McPherson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I move that when the committee rise and reports, it report House Bill 2628 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Alley, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills under the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Peck in the chair. Recommended. House Bills 2583, 2483, 2551, 2690, 2715, 2787, 2607, and 2547 be amended by the adoption of the committee report and the bill be passed as amended. House Bills 2648, 2446, 2628 be passed. House Bill 2124 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill, and the substitute bill be passed. House Bill 2144 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, recommending a substitute bill be amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the substitute bill be passed as amended. Senate Bills 532, House Bill 2487, 2754, and 2675 be passed over, but retain a place on the calendar.
Chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends Senate Bill 553 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends Senate Bill 545 be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2026 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2026, and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 306 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 30 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2819 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as a Senate substitute for House Bill number 2819, and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends Senate Bill 435 be passed.
We'll now stand at ease. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends House Bill 2201 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill number 2201, and the substitute bill be passed.
At this time, I'm withdrawing Senate Bill 306 from the calendar and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. The clerk will read.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 11B, I move to withdraw Senate Bill number 551 from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. I move this motion to make Kansas homes and communities safer by ensuring guns are stored securely. With Senate Bill number 551, we can protect Kansas children and adults by preventing unintentional shootings, gun suicides, and gun theft.
This motion is in order. I will hold it over for one day, and the Senate will vote on it tomorrow. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Holzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you give me a quick reminder? Do I have a minute, 2 minutes to just give a little information?
Yeah, no statements as part of the motion.
Okay.
She can make statements.
You can make one statement as part of the motion.
Yes, thank you. We're taking action to protect Kansas children and adults in the wake of the shooting of the Chiefs Parade. Probably like most of you, I have been inundated with messages and emails from constituents asking for us to take action. So that is why I make this motion.
The chair recognizes, or excuse me, are there announcements? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just wanted to remind folks that the shrimp peel's on Monday, April 1st, and some of your staff members may not be aware. I'm not sure that message has gone out yet from LAS. Would you make sure they know they're invited? They're more than welcome. The more the merrier. And if you do we have quite a few things being given to us for the raffle. So please, if you have anything at home this weekend, feel free to bring it on Monday, or you could contribute with a monetary contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other announcements? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The legislative Bible study is tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., 142 South.
Thank you. Are there other announcements? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Republicans will caucus in the morning at 9 a.m. in room 548. And I yield to the senator from Senator Francisco from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 a.m. in room 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cowley.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, March 27th, 2024.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. The Senate is adjourned.